All right, folks, here we are back in Oklahoma for some more of that Eufaula drama. When we were here in 2023, one of the most incredible finishes in NPFL history, Luis Fernandez barely beat out Will Harkins by a tiebreaker. That's right, folks, a tiebreaker, 39 pounds. Also with the use of forward-facing sonar. Everything about Lake Eufaula is different this go-around. The water conditions, flood plus mud, does it equal a dud? Interesting. That has been the key word all week here at Lake Eufaula. Something very interesting is Drew Cook's ability to consistently, consecutively bring in limits of bass. Will he continue to make history at an event that is a grind? Brad Staley picking up where he left off, working those floating docks with that buzzbait. Will that be the recipe for success this week? Caleb Kufal in the top 5 progressive AOY. This event right here might fit his fishing forte, that flooded brush, doing what he loves. And I'm gonna be honest, a lot of guys probably aren't loving it right now, but we'll see what happens. We hope you love what you see this week at stop number 4 here at Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma.
When we were all growing up, we were told not to play in the mud. But this week here on Lake Eufaula, it's not only strongly encouraged, it's really your only option if you're one of the 110 NPFL pros headed out in a 2-day shootout trying to take home $100,000 on this lake that is over 100,000 acres of muddy, flooded water, probably a little over that 102,000 acres right now. We are 8 feet above summer pool here in the state of Oklahoma, in this beautiful city of Eufaula, Oklahoma. Fat Cat, here we go. Day 2, really going to be day 1 today, in a 2-day shootout. Yesterday canceled because of this crazy Oklahoma weather.
Buddy.
I know the residents here in the city of Eufaula are ready for the rain to go away. Please let the sun come out, let this lake come down, and get summertime on the way. But, man, we have been hammered this week.
No doubt about it. We were laying in bed, getting ready to get up for weigh, and the kadoosh, the thunder rolls. I thought Garth Brooks was knocking at the door. A thunderbuster came through, and we thought we were going to be able to cut him loose. But the forecast said, no, not today, not here. Brought some more of that Lake Eufaula drama that we're used to, because 2023, have mercy, probably one of the most edge-of-the-seat tournaments we've ever had here at NPFL.
No doubt about it. Ended in a tie. Luis Fernandez, the Bass Warrior, winning that in a tiebreaker against Will Harkins. Going to be some more drama this week, as you pointed out.
39 pounds, won last time. 2 days, not going to happen.
Not going to happen, I don't think, this week, with that being shortened a day. Most of our anglers totally agreed with that decision yesterday. It's been a little tough, and we said this, when you have a tough event, your anglers they're like, yeah, we can go take a nap today and not go back out there. This lake has been as high as 10 feet above summer pool for the last really month and a half. So these fish, we feel like they're getting used to it, I guess, but it had gotten down to 7 feet above summer pool. We came up a foot yesterday since we canceled.
It was starting to stabilize throughout practice, and the guys were getting comfortable. And then after yesterday, we sat in the parking lot just watching. Whoop. So
yeah, as we were there yesterday morning, it started coming up. And you and I talked to several anglers yesterday, and they're like, I was comfortable in what my game plan was going into today, but Mother Nature threw us a curve.
There truly is a picnic table pattern going on Lake Eufaula. Swing set, jungle gyms. It's wild what the guys are fishing.
Flower beds. You're fishing around the azalea bushes. There's lots going on. Today, we will be going out with the top 5 in the Progressive Angler of the Year race. That's how we decided to do things. We always typically send our 5 camera ops out with the top 5 in the tournament standings, but as we didn't have a day 1, we're going out with these guys, and what a great crew to go out with.
Absolutely.
The folks that are figuring it out the best through the first 3 events of this 2025 NPFL season. And you can see Kyle Welcher on top, and he is having a fantastic seasons, I should say, over the last few years. Kyle is also in the top 5 in the Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year race, just had a 3rd place right up the road at Lake Tenkiller in Oklahoma. So he is certainly settling into Oklahoma, and we look forward to spending some time with him today. He's got a 13-point lead over Patrick Walters, the coach, who is also in the top 5 on the Elite Series side of things right now, just fishing out of his mind. Greg Hackney, the legend and winner of our second event at Lake Norman this year, was in the AOI lead going into Douglas, but slipped a little bit there and now finds himself in third place. Caleb Kufal, absolutely having a fantastic year as well. He is top 20 over there in the Elite Series race as well, and fourth place here. And then rounding out the top 5, Billy Lowen, going to be on camera today. An Ohio River guy will be interesting to see. I don't think tough fishing scares him, Fat Cat.
Absolutely not.
And then rounding out the top 10, you can see Drew Cook, Hank Cherry, Jason Burrows, who we saw a little update on the catch track earlier. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. Brandon Cobb and Gerald Swindle, the G-Man, rounding out those Progressive Angler of the Year standings after the midway point. Things are fixing to start taking a turn as after we leave Oklahoma, we turn our sights to smallmouth and head up north, and things will continue to get interesting in the race for that Golden Shield. Let's get out on Lake Eufaula.
Just in time.
With the man.
Little fella.
Kyle Welcher.
He's a keeper. But he is tiny.
$12-inch limit here for Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma event.
For all you spotted bass fans out there, that is a spot, but that's not like a Lake Lanier spot. You're going to need largemouth to really play,
might be the
but
smallest fish I've ever had in my
12-inch
life,
size
Will.
limit. They can be limit fillers, but they might not be check getters at the end of the day.
I'll write that down, make a t-shirt. Look at the color of water right there.
God dog, dude.
The scales aren't used to weighing fish that small.
No, I was going to say, this is the man that won an Elite Series event earlier this year by 45 pounds, catching 10-pounders and 30-pound bags. His scales are like, what? Is this a paper clip? I said earlier this week, Fat Cat, there's a lot of people that like to talk about what's going on in professional fishing, whether that's electronics or the techniques that are used, spinning rods, blah, blah, blah. We see the whining and crying a lot. And I said, if you like quote unquote old school, because that's what people like to refer to it as these days, we've got another tournament for you here at the NPFL this week, because Douglas, we had a lot of trash mat flipping, willow tree flipping. The guys put on an absolute show there, and you're going to see a lot more of that playing in the mud this week in Eufaula.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get down and dirty.
As we said, it came up another foot last night, 8 feet, a little over 8 feet above what's typically summer pool here. And the folks in this awesome city of Eufaula are ready for this to get back to normal, for sure. Doesn't seem to be slowing them.
Yeah, the folks around Lake Eufaula are used to this color water.
Oh, yeah.
They ain't scared of it.
You know, the changing quickly, but I really think there's a lot of options as far as how you can even adjust. I mean, you know, if it's 8 foot high, 7 foot high, there's still flooded bushes in the water, and that's where most of the bites are going to come. There's going to be some people that find little areas that's got more fish than average, but for the most part, until the water comes down from where it is now, probably 4 feet, I couldn't really imagine it changing a whole lot, because even though it's rising, the best ones I've caught have been the best one I've caught was on a very outside bush that was really, really deep. So with them already sitting up there, with the water being high, even if it falls, I think they're going to probably stay in the same areas. And then if it rises anymore, I don't know if they're going to push up, because it is mid-June. The water temp's very, very hot. They really don't want to be shallow. And unfortunately, that's the only way that I have confidence in catching them right now is shallow. So that's
If you're going to take fishing advice from anybody, Welcher would be a good one.
Absolutely.
9 consecutive top 20 finishes in the league, which is a league record.
Next best is 8 by Todd Goad.
We apologize for a little shoddy cell phone service sometimes out here at Eufaula.
Little gremlins are working hard this morning.
No doubt about that. It's like Mother Nature and the gremlins are on a team right now.
From Welcher over to Hackney.
Looks like he's on the Amazon somewhere. Greg Hackney's Jungle Boat cruise.
Look where he's at, son. He's fishing under somebody's tree stand. Hackney over to Caleb Kufall. Caleb Kufall, 4th on Progressive AOI. Buzzbait action this morning.
Just to let all you folks at home know, we're going to jump around a lot on these 5 cameras due to service reasons. We're going to be in and out for sure at times. I just hope we don't go out when one flushes that buzzbait.
Don't be putting bad juju in the atmosphere.
There's enough bad juju in the atmosphere right now.
Pickaboo.
Sounds good.
Buddy. Looks good.
Welcher mentioned it It's June. These water temperatures are hot.
Yes.
This is not necessarily where these fish would typically be in late June, where we are right now. There was a Bassmaster Open here last year. Easton Fothergill won. My little buddy Trey Swindle, I believe, had a top 5 in that one as well. And it was dominated offshore brush piles. They caught a lot of big fish, a lot of good bags got brought in, but the water was
Well, we're just running these
a lot
back
less
to these
stained.
coves here. Got a few bites back here in practice, and gonna run them early today while the clouds are out here and see if we can't get a bite on a buzzbait. It's been a grind, been a slow go, but hopefully we can get a few bites. Got one already this morning, about 1 3/4 pounds, so we're on the board at least.
Caleb's got a couple wins on the Bassmaster side of things, trying to notch a victory over here. Definitely mean a lot to him. He's
That was not a big fish though.
goodness.
I didn't really get a good look at him, but I don't know if he was a keeper or not.
Caleb's been one of the new additions here this
not
year.
big
It's
at all.
awesome to have him here.
Absolutely.
Just came up and nipped at it. Would have liked to see him at least. He was very non-committal.
Sounds like you, fat cat.
Most of the bites I've been getting in this dirty
Funny.
water have been pretty aggressive. Like they'll just hammer it. There's no looking it over before they bite. Just smash it.
This kind of fishing is definitely where Caleb feels the most comfortable.
Absolutely.
Loves the shallow water fish.
Problem is, you get so few bites.
And with our schedule this year,
You got to capitalize on every one you do.
it's
get.
really set up for these shallow guys.
No losing fish today.
Let's check in with our number 2 angler in that Progressive Angler of the Year race, the coach, Patrick Walters.
Golly, that's deep. Coming back live to us.
Water's getting a little bit dirty. Just got some couple open stretches real quick. Hit some stuff in the back of the creek, and now we're about to fish this one last little knob right here, and we are going to run out. I'm actually hit the back of one pocket on the way out, and then we're gonna go do something different for a little bit. Same kind of stuff, just different area. Things change. You just gotta change with them. That's one thing about this place. It changes every single day. They're catching it. I don't know why they're not holding on to it.
What's the difference in water between Walters and Welcher and Kufal? Like, have mercy.
And we heard there were some areas with quote unquote cleaner
I
water.
seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, you were out there in practice
was.
running around. Walter's the NPFL all-time money leader, and he's done that in just 3 years. The 5 years the league's been in existence. This is his 4th season, 3 complete seasons behind him. He's fished with us 4 of the 5 years, so we claim him.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
One of us. Won about $500,000 worth of NPFL money.
It has 4 shields, NPFL shields at the house. And not a guy, if you're trying to win the Golden Shield and Progressive Angler of the Year race, you want in the mix.
No, sir.
I think he'd go sit right back up there.
Especially going to the St. Lawrence River. Place where he won an Elite Series a couple years back.
That event is going to be one for the books.
Some would say wall-to-wall, treetop tall.
There might be a few people out there that would say that.
Check back in with Caleb Eufaula.
And in a place where there's
Trying to
probably
buzz his
not
way.
a whole ton of fish, I don't think, in this lake to begin with. It makes it all that much harder. Just trying to cover ground, and another problem is that like all these bushes, like it looks like we're in fairly shallow water, but we're in over 5 feet right here. So like that fish, we got probably 3 inches worth of water clarity here, and trying to get them to come up, to something that they can't really see, from 5 foot down. I mean, I don't think a lot of these fish are on the bottom. I think they're, suspending up in the water column a little bit further, but I think that's why I have a lot of hard time catching them in the afternoons. It's been real tough in the afternoons, and because when that sun comes out, those fish go deeper in the bushes, and they're harder to get to, come up. So either you gotta flip something in there, get something back down to them, or I don't know. We'll see. We're gonna run this program as long as we can, as long as we can get a bite, doing it. Once it shuts down, then we'll figure something else out. But I have not had a good flipping bite this week at all.
Back at that was something we were told last night by Justin Atkins. We were at dinner, had to spend some time with him, and he said after 10 o'clock, there's just like the door closes for a little bit, it would seem, and then it picks back up later in the afternoon, and kind of goes right in line with what Caleb said there. When you get that sun gets to beating down, those fish have so much room they can get away from you. And then as that light starts to die down, they'll slip back out to those edges maybe, and swing and a miss right there.
It was a fish. Is it? We can do that.
And he did not swing and miss just a few minutes ago. Caleb Eufaula.
Get out of there, buddy. Yeah, boy. That's a decent one. Whew, he hammered that sucker, didn't he? That's a good one right there.
Yeah.
Back live with Caleb.
like none. I think every fish that I've had this week has been a bass.
Buzzbait is addicting, as always, to listen to. Caleb with a couple fish early. And you heard him say a little earlier, too, capitalizing on every bite you get is
One
going to
good
be
thing, I don't
so
think
huge this week.
very many people are, we're not going to run into very many people here today fishing this stuff.
Let's check back in with Kyle Welcher, your Progressive Angler of the Year leader. Again, this is first day of the event. It'll be a 2-day event. We're going to say that a lot today just to remind you, because usually when we go live on days 2 and 3, we're basing our camera choices off of the top 5 in the standings, so the folks that are figuring it out the best. But today we went with the 5 that have figured it out the best so far for this season. Kyle Welcher figuring it out a little better than everybody so far over the first 3 events.
No, definitely not. I've caught 1 out of a lay down, 2 out of bushes. So maybe bushes are the pattern, but for the most part, it's just been cover water. I mean, I just moved to where the water's just crystal clear. And by that, I mean, I can see probably 8 inches, but where I've been fishing was very, very dirty. But I honestly have more confidence catching a really big one in that really dirty water. I mean, I've fished it water like that my whole life. Like, this may be a tad excessive, but I fished in water like that a bunch and caught really, really big ones. So that dirty water does not scare me at all. But I feel like this area right here is just, it seems like there's some fish here anyways, but no pattern so far. I would love to find a pattern, and a lot of times whenever it's hot, you can, but I don't know if it's gonna happen this week because it's fishing so small. Even if you figure out a little deal, there's not gonna be a lot more of it in an area. So, you know, you may think you have a pattern, but you've only got 1 or 2 places where you can run it. Because if you get to some areas and try to run it across the lake, you're not gonna get many bites because there's not fish everywhere. But I'm not above finding a pattern.
You know, all year, first 3 events, Welcher has had subpar day 1s, but then he's averaging the heaviest bags on day 2 and 3 at the first 3 events. So he's glad we canceled day 1.
Absolutely.
Might make him even more dangerous. You just give him 2 days to work. That's all he's been needing at the first 3 events.
Came in Lake Norman and dropped 19 pounds on him on day 2. Shook the stage.
No surprise to see the Alabama boy swimming a jig. feel like we'll see some fish weighted on a swim jig this week.
Oh, yes, sir.
Boy, that would be pretty.
Welcher is one of 2 anglers that have never finished out of the money in all the NPFL events that they have fished, and Drew Cook being the other. 9 NPFL events, checks in all of them. Terrifying.
Yes, it is.
God, that's a nice one. Dadgummit.
Ooh.
Dang it.
Day 1 of this 2-day shootout here in the city of Eufaula, Oklahoma, and Lake Eufaula. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for more live action for stop number 4, the NPFL season.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
Pro Guide Batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran-owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot. So come armed with the Quest Series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula. Hanging out with the coach, Patrick Walters, second place in the Progressive Angler of the Year race.
To the bush.
Would certainly like to add the golden Progressive Angler of the Year shield to that collection of NPFL trophies he already has.
Oh, yes, sir. I mean,
And event 4 is the survival event. With these crazy conditions, it's easy to get spun out. You got to stay in it.
Right
You got to be consistent over 2 days before things make the swing up north to Messina, New York, and smallmouth country next month.
be a phenomenal event.
Definitely going to be one to watch. No forward-facing sonar allowed. The last few years, tournaments up north have been dominated with live scope. Tons and tons and tons of water at play in that one, going out of Messina. Of course, the entire St. Lawrence River, and then a portion of Lake Ontario.
So that a couple times in here. Then we're gonna leave. I'm still sitting on O. I've had a couple bites. We have not caught any yet. Looking for numero uno. We got some stuff we can go do to catch some spotted bass later if we need to, but we're about to run it back a pocket or two, change locations, and go from there. Keep them on us. That's all we're gonna do.
Got to keep them honest, Luke. Keep them honest, buddy.
Those are big words for the biggest sandbagger out here.
Right now, though.
Love you, buddy. We love some P-Walt, but he's not exactly honest with his catch track totals ever. He says he has 0, though, so I believe it.
I do believe that.
I believe it.
Flip the old Texas rig for a second.
His average bass in the 4 years he's been here, just shy of 3.5 pounds.
Have mercy.
More than 4 ounces. Better than any other angler. So you want to compete against Patrick Walters, you better be catching good ones every single day. Because he finds a way. Even when we see slow starts from him like he has this morning.
I know they're on this point.
A little closer to 9 a.m. These guys took off around 6.
The thing about this one is not as much to fish.
He finds a way.
He does. It's also a testament to his work ethic. The dude doesn't stop. When he's not fishing, he's still fishing at some capacity, somewhere, somehow. That's all the man thinks about. Fishing and family. And hunting. A little bit of hunting in there.
Yeah, he'll mix it in a little bit.
Yeah.
He looks so good up there.
Chase a little whitetail.
He definitely found some cleaner water.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. He's on a different lake.
Yeah, it's not that red mud that we're used to seeing a lot of parts of this lake right now.
Uh-oh, got company. Hobby just pulled up. Tommy Biffle.
What you got? Were they on that point back there? Were they on the point? Oh, I got 0. Yeah. Oh, are they biting the spinnerbait? I threw it. I have not got them suckers to bite it yet. Are they going down the bank or are they on the points? Okay. Okay, good. All right.
There was none on those points down there?
No, hell no. I fished all of them. I lost like 4 flipping. That's it. Yeah, that's the one I can get a bite right now. But they'd pick it up and run straight out with it. I don't know what they're doing. Ag pretty good or not really? Okay. I was about to leave here and run to freaking pour them. All right.
Jump back over to Kyle Welcher.
Good luck.
And that's what makes that duo right there.
Buddy.
We call it the House of Heroes.
Yes.
Had a couple more. He had Mike Corbersley and Trent Palmer in the mix in that house with Justin Kimmel as well. But now it's just JK, Drew Cook, and Patrick Walters. And that's what they do right there, man.
They work as a team and all within rules and regulations. The anglers can converse amongst each other as long as they're in the
Can't
same
call
event.
each other on the phone during the
No,
event, but
no.
you can do that.
Absolutely.
You see your
Dude,
buddy over there.
That's one of my favorite things about this watch. I almost feel like we shouldn't be watching or seeing that just because of the kind of information they're giving. It is the juice, you know, especially when you got Drew Cook and Patrick Walters talking about what's doing and you see where they are in progressive AOI year after year.
Patrick's sitting on a goose egg so far, and then Drew pulls up and he's like, yeah, I just coiled right over here.
Spinnerbait.
Spinnerbait, go.
Yes. That's good stuff.
Everybody needs a friend like Drew Cook.
It just shows the power of networking too, man. Finding your people. Finding your people. There you go.
You see it in all tournament trails.
Absolutely.
I mean, you
For
see
sure.
these clicks, these
What are you
crews.
talking with Jacob Wheeler and Dustin Connell? The boys over there, man. Like,
tell you an interesting click I was reading.
oh, there we go.
Oh, no.
See that? He's got some cloud cover where he is compared to where we just saw Patrick Walters. Bluebird sky.
Yeah, and as we look out the window here at downtown Eufaula, Oklahoma, we got bright skies and not any cloud cover at the moment.
If you look at the cloud cover and the clarity of the water, like 2 different lakes.
For our first time today, let's check in with Billy Lowen. Bill and some great looking water clarity there as well.
Missed a couple, and we got 4, 1 3-pounder, 2 1.5s, and just one little very small keeper spot. Just trying to catch a big fish, you know. I mean, to me right now, this is probably the best way I know how to get a bite and have a potential to catch a big one. So I'm just trying to get a couple big bites right now. It's really actually kind of slow this morning. There's no bait up. Just making it kind of tough. I mean, I kind of figured that after the big front we had come through. I didn't think it was going to be like gangbusters, but We're just going to stay at it. We're going to keep grinding. I know there's some good fish in here. I think those are hybrids or whites. It never hurts to throw out there, though. You never know when old Big's going to be under them trying to eat one of those. So we're just going to keep grinding. That's all we can do. Waiting on that sun to get up so I can go fish in the mud. It's getting pretty crowded back here. Everywhere you want to go, there's a boat, which is obvious because it's the clean water. But we're going to go out to the mud here shortly, and not going to get a lot of bites in the mud, but I feel like if you get a bite in the mud, it's going to be one that's going to ride with you. So kind of just trying to wait for that sun to get up to put them on the wood and stuff out there that I feel like I need to be able to get a bite. So not going to be much longer. We're going to run a few more spots in here where I got bites in practice, and if it don't work out, we'll go try something different. Or we'll just keep catching them on the buzzer.
Oh, hooked up.
Yes, sir. Or we
Let's
just keep
go.
doing this.
Oh, boy. We're here for it, my
Not
friend.
a giant.
Have mercy.
But it's another good keeper. And like I said before, look how fat they are.
I was about to say, got some guts on it.
We just keep doing this. You
Bill
gotta
hates
catch
doing
5.
this, too. I mean, he just
You know?
hates fishing
It's like
this
we
way.
got to catch 100. We just got to catch 5 of the right ones.
Just a 2-day shootout here, Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma, for $100,000 in that prestigious NPFL
Guess I better
shield.
put some fish in before they
Loan's off to a strong
fire me.
start. That's right. Get that catch track fever. Powered by
pound
Fishing
and a half.
Chaos.
I mean, when they decide they're going to bite it, they
Unofficial
clobber it,
leaderboard.
you know? You just got to get bigger. Well, the hard part's done. Got to get rid of that.
Bill's got a couple of Elite
Little
Series
spot.
wins. Started the year this year with a big win.
fish,
St.
yeah.
John's River.
And the Fishing Chaos app.
Good man. Helps all the folks at home, too, keeping along.
Bill's a company man. He knows the drill. Or he's just scared of you. Because you're mean, you're mean to these guys at weigh-ins.
You watch your mouth. You watch your mouth. While Lowen's beep booping the phone, we're going to go back to Welcher. Your reigning 2024 Progressive Angler of the Year here at NPFL. Also leading the 2025 Progressive AOI race.
You surprised by that?
Nah, not really. Not really.
Once he decided to really get on a roll,
buddy,
the top level of the sport, he just never looked back. Once he got that Bassmaster Elite Angler of the Year trophy and then Progressive Angler of the Year shield last year, got his first win on the Elite Series this year in a big way.
Oh, he's definitely locked the hubs and dumped the clutch. Like he's on a roll. This man's definitely building a legacy for sure.
And can truly do anything. We unfortunately live in a world now where people like to criticize based on
hot dog.
Based on techniques that they see anglers using to win events or be consistent, but he can truly do anything.
Yes, he can.
Whatever the situation calls for, that's what he's going to do. Like all of our anglers.
Man, if that don't look fishy, I don't know what does.
Can a place look too fishy, though, Fat Cat? to be overwhelming. You know what I mean?
Sure, absolutely.
It's like
This
going
is
to
one of those places, yeah.
going to Okeechobee and you got grass everywhere and it all looks the same.
Santee Cooper around those
Yep,
cypress.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
It can make you lose your mind a little bit running around because it all looks textbook.
And we forgot to talk about it all week. That it's a big body of water, but it seems like
Just need one in big ones.
And we've talked about 80% of the fish being in 20% of the lake.
When you heard it with low in there, you see that better water clarity over his shoulder when we're looking, and he's talking about how crowded that area was.
Oh, yeah.
Got 110 pros out here.
And we knew that coming to this event, that was going to be one of the key patterns, one of the things the guys were looking for.
Gonna fish small.
Absolutely.
To be a huge body of water. And we did talk to some anglers that were making sneaky runs a long ways from Eufaula.
Long.
What did we hear? 32 miles or something last night, I think was the number, something in that range. To try to find some backwater ponds. Talking to John Cox, he tried to get into one of those backwater ponds and a beaver, tried to jump a beaver dam and ended up on the beaver dam. Had to get out and push his boat in practice to not spend the night in the woods of Oklahoma. Looking at the Fishing Chaos catch track, we had some anglers predicting, oh man, there won't be the 10 limits, 20 limits weighed in. We got a lot more than that on the board so far. Fish being caught. As always, that separator is going to be those better than average keepers. And can you get that 4 to 5 pound bite to go with them too? And that's going to happen.
Be the key. That right there.
And
you need that one big bite.
And if you're keeping up at all, you can go to that Fishing Chaos catch track at TNPFL.com and you can see what I'm talking about. There's some good bags getting caught. Things are kind of starting to take shape here early on this first day.
It categorizes the big fish as well, so you can scroll down and see what the biggest fish is caught by the anglers.
Jason Burrows entered a 7-pounder right out of the jump this morning. And we know Eufaula's got them.
Man. Weigh-in starts at 2 o'clock today, Central Standard Time, Nichols Point, with Big Al bringing the boom.
A lot of the pre-tournament talk, even when we were at Douglas, was this could be a disaster. You guys, we don't need to go. What are we doing? We're going to be fishing in the parking lots, and there's no bass are going to bite at all. And early here, it's proven to be a little different than that. And we start hearing that coming out of practice. Guys are like, it's not, you're not going to catch 100 bass a day right now because they're so scattered out, but you're going to see some fish catches.
I think so. We talked about this. A lot of the information coming out was intimidating, and you really didn't know what you were getting yourself into until you got on site, and you're like, oh, because I was that person. Everything from afar, chocolate flooded, and was just very like, oh, I don't know. But once you get out there, you're like, oh my goodness, this is very fishable because, you know, it's been flooded for so long. A lot of the debris has found its new home. So it's very navigable, easy to get to. And you're fishing stuff you normally don't get to fish.
Well, and I think a lot of folks were worried coming into this because there was a Toyota Series event here.
Tomorrow.
River Lee, a former NPFL Pro, won. I think it didn't turn into a one-day tournament because of it was actively flooding as they were here. But the first day of that event, you had guys in the top 10 with just 2 keepers. So I think that, you know, you start looking on tournament history, you worry.
Sure.
You know, is that what we're getting into? But this lake has been, unfortunately, high for going on a couple months now.
And with very, very, very little information out there, because you're saying there were no tournaments held the past month except for very few.
Definitely one of those tournaments you're going to have to stay in it mentally. That will be the biggest thing. Anytime that there's adverse conditions and it's not just going down the bank and getting all the bites you want to get, you have to stay locked in, and it's where you see those mentally tough anglers rise to the top. And what percentage would you say of a tournament field quits before they even get to the lake? Sometimes mentally they're already done. Because
in
of
this
conditions
event, it was over half of them, it sounded like, because it really was. It was intimidating, like I was just saying. It was.
I do think folks psych themselves out.
For sure, man. Absolutely.
They psych themselves out over who's in a tournament a lot of times. Like, talk about a local, you got a guide that pulls up, and people are like, oh, man. Immediately, before you even go out, it's you against the fish, but you're already worried about that, or you're worried about, it's going to rain, or it's going to be windy. Or, I see it all the time in all the tournaments I cover. A lot of folks are out of it before you even call boat numbers. And then you got those guys, those wily veterans that just sit there and go, mm-hmm.
That's right.
Go ahead and get worried, boy. See that a lot.
Waiting for you to zig so they can zag.
Exactly. I'm just like,
well, they've been there and done that.
I love
too.
it.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Dan out there fighting the hurricane. Forrest Gump. Bring it. And yeah, I'm talking about Jason Christie. Yeah, Jason Christie. That's what I'm talking about.
You're comparing him to Forrest Gump?
I'm comparing him to Lieutenant Dan.
Oh, my
He's
bad.
a wild man.
He is a wild man.
Out there fighting the storms. So he was the one that told us at Douglas how high it was.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys seen the water level? We started having the conversation with him about it, and I said, should we cancel it? And he just smiled and said, no. So he's that guy. Check in with Bill Lowen. Old Billy Buzzbaiter.
Got that blop blop going on.
Another Ohio angler in our field that
right.
talk about tough conditions, and Ohio's got some tough fisheries. Dylan Freeze.
Oh, yeah. I guess it's time to catch one then, huh?
On the catch track.
Attaboy.
Hot, hot, hot. Come on, fish. Make you famous.
Talk to him.
I just keep waiting. Any second.
Bill, certainly one of the most consistent anglers, has just built a career on that. Qualify for the Bassmaster Classic 11 times. You don't get to do that unless you are always in the money, always way up there in the points. top 5 AOI with us here in the Progressive Angler of the Year race on the NPFL and over on the Elite Series side of things. Just
heck of a year.
Fantastic year for the low-end crew. While Billy searches for his next buzzbait bite, we're going to check in with the sponsors that make everything possible here at the NPFL. We'll be back in just a few moments for live action Lake Eufaula.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hitt here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
fished. But I knew we had that one bite here. The water looked the best when we got down here.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula and Patrick Walters.
Up, I don't know.
I know them boys will welcome that breeze. Uh-oh.
We got us one so far. Thank goodness. We was struggling there. Threw right back in there, caught another one. We fished this point this morning and had one bite and missed him. But we'll come back, we're fishing a little bit further off of it instead of way up on it. I don't know if that's the deal yet, but we've just fished too many really dang good spots. Like the best spots I got, which when fish were biting, I mean, there'd be 4 or 5 fish. You get 4 or 5 bites, 1 or 2 would blow up in the bushes. Like you could tell it was a good area comparative to everything else. So we're just gonna keep fishing around, nickel and diamond, do some running around maybe, do some fishing. We're gonna do a mixture of everything, but we got us one in the box finally. My gosh, took long enough, didn't it? Took me way long. I thought I was gonna catch 3 fish off my first spot probably, like easily. I mean, I honestly thought one would have come up busting. We'd have caught one on top water, caught him flipping. But I like how we started out with the spinnerbait and every spot we hit was just not happening. Wind's picking up, which is good. We just need to keep covering water now. Put our bait in the better areas. I'd like to catch that one flipping off that dang bush over there, off that log. That was the one we needed to catch though, golly. See, I don't want to go to that other creek today. I want to save it for tomorrow. But if you ain't catching fish, you gotta make the move. There's that bush. God, that fish just bit it so slow. I was literally picking the bait up out of the water. It just blew up right there. See, they're getting active now. Like, I don't know what the heck they wait on and why they don't freaking eat first thing in the morning. I missed one. He smacked it.
He's pumped up this morning. He's bird dogging. He's on point.
I hate fishing this slow. See, I wanted to like turn and burn, but I don't know. You know, I know they're. I'm just gonna talk to myself all day. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna walk y'all through it in an encrypted
Here
message.
for it.
That's why he's the coach.
What's that? What was that on the Christmas story? You know, he listened to the radio show every day. You know what I'm talking about? And he would get the encrypted message. It was, what did it say? Drink more. What was it?
Ovaltine.
They're busting in those freaking bushes right there. God, drink more something.
I'd like to remind everyone he has 6 points. Ovaltine.
Drink more Ovaltine.
Yep. I won the prize.
That one definitely helped the morale.
Congratulations.
I get a Patrick Walters spinnerbait.
We'll buy you a new lamp.
But I know we can't. We got to catch one that just
spinnerbait for that at the weigh-in.
I think that point's better actually.
Red Ryder BB gun.
Still alive.
I'd like to know how many Patrick weighs in a year on a spinnerbait, because he likes him a spinnerbait.
I'm going to go right back around that corner and throw a couple times just because they're starting to bust, but they're white bass busting, but that's where they should be if they're willing to eat. Drink more Ovaltine.
I can't remember a lot of people in my life, their birthdays. I have a hard time with anniversaries. Just remembering a lot of things, Fat Cat. But I can remember Ovaltine from Christmas Story. I don't know.
He was on the outside bushes.
I don't know.
Where he freaking should have been. Todd had 2, Drew has 5. We're getting there.
Thought one of the best points that's been made today was Caleb Kufall talking about, yes, this looks shallow because you've got so many flooded targets you're looking at, but it's deep. And even in the back end of that pocket, he was in 5 feet of water where normally you couldn't even get to, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we're 8 feet out of the banks here. And so when he's talking points, Patrick is, I mean, this could be 10 feet, 10, 12 feet deep where he's sitting right here.
Bait's flickering.
And I do think we'll find a pattern within a pattern, over the next couple days.
I don't know why I can't catch.
We heard some of that in practice too. We just don't want to talk. Yeah,
more stuff tomorrow
rising. For sure.
Let's go to the next point.
And watching him work that spinnerbait, he's definitely not burning it. Like he was saying, he said it was killing him to fish that slow.
And check.
What's funny is
third place in our Progressive Angler of the Year race, Greg Hackney.
Because I first thought that's how I thought the frog would be. I was like, I'll probably catch them on that frog because they'll be under that mat. Look now, I slid over here, see right in front of the pipe, it's almost 9 feet. You see all that bait? It's just wadded up right in front of it.
Not got to spend much time with Hackney this morning.
Well, I mean,
had some service issues with him.
Coming in, and it's coming to the pipe. Good one. I mean, they're all in. Plan on being long, but.
Back to Patrick Walters, we apologize. I believe what Greg was trying to say, because we kind of had some intel from there's a culvert or a pipe there. It's got some water coming in and he has not moved since you and I have been in the studio from that little corner he's in right there. Which is why we can't spend a lot of time
under that canopy,
with it.
under those trees. It's going to be, we'll get him.
Either Verizon or Elon Musk can save us there.
We are trying to rectify and bring you the best show we possibly can.
And believe it or not, it's not your fault.
Hooked up.
Oof. Goodness gracious.
There we go. I don't want to keep it in Duke.
That sounded like a 250 Yamaha show.
That's what it sounded like.
We just got to cover some. We got 2 fish. We just need to make sure if we get off, we just don't need to make a mistake, but 2 fish so far. God, it's been so slow. I pitched it in there. I thought I was about to get too close to it, and he just sucker would ate topwater. Which worries me because it's like, I think we're gonna have to go back and hit our points again. I didn't think I was gonna, I thought I was leaving, but we'll see what it looks like. I just worried that we might be, like that it's gonna, 9:15. Bad. Plenty of time.
Patrick had a top 10 here in 2023, last time we were here in the fall. And a hot water September early fall event.
If I would have went and tried to land that fish, that sucker would have, it came off in midair. Ooh, sticky.
Yeah, 2023 was a definition of a grind fest. 39 pounds, 1 to 3 day event. So I think that was the end of September, going into October. Bill Lowen. Now to Kyle Welcher. Get that daggone trolling motor turned up to high, son.
Shocker.
Yeah.
He lets the Minn Kota roll most of the time. Patrick Walters.
Taking us to Spinnerbait City. See a lot of that today, folks. A lot of running and gunning.
Mainly for the air conditioning.
Ain't no lie about that, my friend.
Forecast to be a cool 91 today in Eufaula,
another point to go get on, or another good-looking bank.
The southwest wind at about 2, so you're going to feel all 91 degrees of that this afternoon at the weigh-in. I'm sitting in the truck.
We'll figure something out.
Normally, you've got 2 or 3 people sit around and fan
I
you,
do.
though. It's annoying. Those
They wouldn't pay
misting
for it
fans.
this time. Yeah, they wouldn't pay for it this time.
Got your own little tent there, so can't be bothered.
Exactly. Hey, listen. I don't play no games, man. I need my peace and quiet.
Spit rate's not coming through it like it should be. I hope that's not the twins. That's a guy fishing, okay.
Shout out to Tanner and Travis, twin visuals.
It's bad luck sometimes when the camera guy gets on you. I said, we only got 2 fish, my gosh.
Yes, there we go.
Go find Drew Cook, he's in the back. We'll get a bite right here on this point somewhere.
That is why I love NPFL Live right
you,
there.
Buddy, no doubt.
Patrick, very good friends with the twins, of Twin
nice
Visuals.
right there.
Tanner Lyons doing some awesome camera work for him in between NPFL events. But he's like, get that camera out of here.
And it runs a little bit deeper, too, because NPFL anglers during an event cannot watch the live feed until the event is over. But
come on, baby.
If Tanner and Travis take pictures and it goes to social media or to the web, that's free for whoever. Am I right or wrong, Luke?
Oh, you're always wrong. But let's go back to Greg Hackney. Just kidding, friend.
No, you're not.
No, there is a little of that. You're playing defense even again.
Yeah.
This sport is played on public waterways. You don't really want to spill the beans on day one of especially a 2-day event.
There it is. Hack attack back over to Kyle Welcher.
We just can't get Hackney signal in
He's
that
got
whole.
He is on top of the camera
yeah,
or something.
Is.
He don't want nobody to know.
And when it does clean up and we can see it in the background here, he is power poled down basically in just the same spot, not moving.
Actually, I need 3.
Back to Greg. We're going to try. It's just not meant to be with Hackney so far this morning.
We're trying, folks.
See, Welcher's behaving though. He's out in the open. We can watch him fish. Do you think Hackney cares that he doesn't have cell phone service?
Could not care less.
It's like Patrick.
He's grinning right now. He knows.
Patrick's wishes that they would be like, oh, well, we can't get service on your camera. Sneaky jokers, both of them.
It's a veteran tactic by Hackney.
I feel like these 5 we're covering today were like, oh, man.
You know it.
Because today is that, they miss being on the water. We didn't have an off day this week, 3 straight days of practice. And yesterday they were just going to roll right into the event. So you kind of have a finger on the pulse of what's going on out there. And then yesterday they had an unintentional off day due to weather. And so today, especially these first few hours, you're trying to relocate what you had going on. The lake came up a foot since the last time you've seen it. So none of these guys probably wanted a camera watching them try to figure it out today. Now, tomorrow on Finale Friday, when they're trying to win $100,000, if any of these guys are in the top 5 with a camera, they'll gladly take it.
Oh, yes, sir.
Tomorrow. Welsher's always great about breaking down what he's doing and giving us the goods. He's locked in this morning, to say the least. And every bite is going to be so important, especially quality bites. Got to stay focused.
Bingo. Bingo. Mark the footage. Mark the clip.
Walters.
When they finally decide to eat, though, God dang, they hit that thing. All right, we got 3. We've caught 3 bass in, I think, 25 minutes. I'm gonna throw my popper on this head of grass.
Once again, the contrast of water clarity between Walters and Welcher. Unreal.
See, I'd like to just fish this one creek today and just burn her down. Just got us another one. We got 3. I hope we'll catch 2 more and then we'll fish. We'll put them in the scoreboard for Sean. For Sean and my mama and my wife.
There you go. I see a big blow.
And for Luke and Fat Cat, but
couldn't care less.
It's okay.
Oh no.
Heard a little bit about a popper bite coming out of practice from a few guys talking about slinging some poppers around.
Oh, yes, sir.
See, it's like the shad spawn just started or something. I'm confused by it. I really am confused. It's like the shad were just flickering in that bush. It's like, why would they not be doing it at daylight? Usually it ends at daylight. The bites that were on this thing were aggressive. All right, we're gonna get back to covering Graham. I wanted to flip that, but look too. Shad's flickering. I mean, come on now. We're still trying to catch us 2 bass. I'd like to get 2 3-pounders. I'd go a long way. I can't believe how freaking tough it was this morning. That's why I really think we're going to be able to go right back to freaking. If we can catch 2 more, I can catch 1 more in here. I'm gonna run to the other side, fish those points over there real quick. That point we started on, I think, is like the best point in here. One of the best.
Walters led the league in average bass size in 2022 and 2023. Drew Cook led in 2024.
The bushes look so good, don't they? This point actually should be better.
While we were
It's got
away, you
more
heard
rock on
Patrick mention he got fish number 3. We're going to take a look at that now. Trying to spinnerbait his way into contention in this 2-day shootout.
Let's go. There we go, little guy. With the keeper, though.
Back live with Patrick. Does have 3 fish in the boat. One decent fish he caught earlier for number 1. He was pretty fired up about that. .12-inch size limit today, and you're going to see some of those spots weighed in.
That's right.
But largemouth, definitely what it's going to take to run the weight up where you're going to need to be over 2 days to win this thing.
Earlier on that catch track powered by Fishing Chaos, Jason Burrows put a 7-pounder in there. So definitely going to have some of that Eufaula quality come to the scales today when Big Al brings the boom at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time in Nichols Point.
Waiting on an old slack liner. Come up there. Oh, I missed him. He was way out here. What the heck?
Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios. I can't talk this morning, Fat Cat. No surprise with all the craziness that's happening on the water and on live and this week here in Eufaula, Oklahoma. We're going to have a tight race, though, I believe, going into finale Friday in this 2-day tournament. You're starting to look at this unofficial leaderboard on the catch track. Lots more fish being caught, though, than we're showing here on live.
And decent quality, too, because like you were saying earlier, coming into this event, some of the guys were talking about 8 pounds a day would get a check. Some guys were saying 11 pounds. But like we're seeing on the catch track, it's good. There it is right there, matter of fact.
Corey Casey, no surprise, always in the mix. 16-12 for the South Carolina Pro right now unofficially, and that is a bag out here in the mud. Chad Marler, new to the league this year, a Sam Rayburn expert, 13-12 in second. Brandon Cobb, 13-11. Scott Canterbury, winner of the last event there at Douglas, on a roll, 13-8. And this sets up well for him. He's one of the guys we definitely had circled coming into this flooded water event here at Lake Eufaula. Barron Adams, 13-2. Derek Latonin, 12-13. Jason Burrows with that 7-pounder. He's got 3 for 11-13 unofficially. Nick Brown, who is always in the mix as well. The Bass Cat Pro with 11-6. Mike Quinlan and KJ Queen rounding out your unofficial top 10 right now. Let's take a look at the rest of the top 20. Kevin Rogers, a lot of experience on this lake, but on the crappie side of things, he told us he's fished tons of crappie events here, but not really fished a ton of bass tournaments, but knows the lake very well. KJ Queen, Dylan Freeze, Buddy Gross, Timmy Kales, who was in the mix there at Douglas on both days of live. Tommy there you go. Look out. And, you know, looking at his weight just a little earlier on the catch track, had a couple, a 4 and a 3 already to have that weight. So still doesn't have his limit. So look for Biffle to maybe shake things up before the day's over. Harmon Davis, Gerald Swindle, Shane Lineberger, and Wes Logan, winner of the elite event at 10 Killer last week, rounding out your unofficial top 20. And we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back for more Lake Eufaula action in just a few moments.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat boats, Feel the rush.
ProGuide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. ProGuide batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium ProGuide batteries. Check them out at ProGuidebatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot, so come armed with the Quest series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula. Flooded Lake Eufaula, 8 feet out of the banks. And there's some exploring to be done here. And the folks at Humminbird, if you have a Humminbird Explorer unit, they're going to give you $1,000 to the highest placing finisher in the NPFL crowd. And we have crowned a winner every event here. And one of our guys, Bill Lowen, he's won that this year. It pays to explore with Humminbird. We appreciate the folks from Humminbird being the official electronics partner of the National Professional Fishing League here in 2025. Let's check in with Dollar Bill Lowen, trying to add another $100,000 to his bank account.
If all else fails, you can get a bite there. Some days you just can't get a bite doing nothing.
He even found him a shoreline.
Well, you know, I've been throwing a buzzer all morning and caught a limit, caught one good one, and it's just got up high and the sun's getting high and the wind's actually just now starting to blow, but it just feels dead out. And come to a little stretch, as you can see, I'm right against the bank, and the fish can't get back in the woods on me. And, you know, we were actually just talking about it. I feel like any time that the water's up high, you know, like it is here, 7-8 foot, and you can find you a spot where the bank's pretty much straight up and down. You always have a really good opportunity to catch one. And I literally pulled right up here and pitched a mid-sized brush hog right to the bank, and when I went to lift up on it, it had it. It was another, you know, 1.75 pounds probably. So yeah, I got a limit in there that's right at about 10 pounds. Need to figure out how to catch me a good one. You know, one good one here is going to go a long way. And my game plan today was to come into this creek and fish and try to catch me a limit. And then I'm going to spend the rest of the day out in the mud here shortly. And I'm going to go out in the mud and fish for one big bite. I feel like if you can figure out a little area out there in the mud to get a bite, you might not get a lot of bites, but I think you might have an opportunity to get a big bite. And that's what we're going to do. I almost just kind of been waiting on the sun to get up to go out there and do that. But we're going to do this for a little bit longer. As you can see, I got a pretty good stretch here where the bank's straight up and down. And I'm just going to flip up through here and see if I can't get me another one or two good ones before I get out of here. So it's going to be hot. As you can see, I'm already sweating, but we're just going to keep grinding. So yeah, keep grinding, doing it 2:15, still got plenty of time. This is one of them events where you just got to put your head down and keep at it, because any cast could be a 6-7 pounder. So that's what we're going to do. If they bite our cricket, we're going to jerk. And if they don't, we'll see you at 2:15.
Good stuff from Lowen.
As always.
Pitching around a Zoom mid-sized brush hog. Fat Cat, if you had to guess how many bass in flooded bushes,
we get a bite.
willow trees,
we're still here,
have been caught on a brush hog.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is like textbook, man.
Yeah. That brush hog has been a cash hog.
That's a fact. And often imitated, never duplicated, I would say, too. There's lots of creature baits out there, but when you get to walking around, I don't care what logo an angler has on their jersey for a soft plastic sponsor, you get to walking around boats, you see a lot of brush hogs.
Absolutely.
A lot of trick worms.
I saw a stump or something there.
That's a new size, that mid-size, here in the last couple of years. You probably get a few of those at Tackle Warehouse, I would say.
That's the place. If you want a Tackle Warehouse has got it, you can believe that. Let's see what Kufal's got.
Yeah, I was going to say, we haven't checked in with Caleb Kufal in a while. So let's... Cicada country. Kufal, one of 10 anglers that have finished in the money at every event this year so far, the first 3 events. And the other 9 are all in the top 10 of the Angler of the Year race with him. I believe. Actually, Drew Cook, one of those anglers, he's just outside of that. Drew's 11th right now. Caleb finished 3rd at Santee Cooper, 20th at Norman, and 8th at Douglas. That's a pretty good run here in 2025.
Absolutely.
Definitely a shallow water guy, but you got to think as a northern angler, he's excited about going to New York and tangling with some smallmouth next month as well.
I think everyone is excited about that event, my friend.
Trying to see if we can open up a co-angler division for that event so you and I can get in on that.
No doubt. I'm here for it.
Really say it every year. since we've been in existence here in our 5th season of the league. But whenever you win the Progressive Angler of the Year Shield in the NPFL, because the schedule is so spread out across diverse fisheries at different times of year, it is truly an Angler of the Year that is, in my opinion, one of the hardest to win. You got to think you start in the South Carolina swamps and then you end on the Coosa River in September, which could be a stingy time of year. A lot of crazy conditions in between. These guys that, like we said, Caleb's one of 10 that have checked in every event. That's not easy to do.
No, sir.
Because curveballs have been thrown everywhere we've been so far.
Yeah, if you don't have versatility, you don't have that.
Back to Walters.
We must be the only one with service. Still sitting on 3. Fishing a different stretch, fishing more bluffy stuff. There's Kimmel. That's not a good sign. If that sucker cuts me off on my points, I'm gonna be a little upset.
Friendly fire. One of his roommates, Justin Kimmel. Hey, a tough event can break a house apart. Fat Cap.
Oh my God, what a backlash. You got him? You got him? That's what I was worried about.
Yeah.
I only got 3.
It's a big fat 0. I stopped on that point that I thought was a guaranteed limit. Nothing.
Did you crack?
White bass, crappie.
Did you throw a wobblehead?
Huh?
You threw a wobblehead and stuff?
I threw my 2, shaky hand. I didn't throw the wobblehead. It got dirtier, and the fish were in like 4 to 5, and now they're in 8 to 10.
Yeah, we're going to leave these guys and go over to
That's
Bill
the
Lowen.
problem. I hadn't been able to get him a bite. I missed a couple flipping this morning. Nope.
It is interesting that Billy has found an actual bank line.
That's what I'm saying.
Stephen cover.
Yes.
Like actually getting to that bank line is not easy to do this week. Not a lot of it. about the top water bite versus jig bite this morning.
Yep, I have not connected with one on topwater yet. I've had a few bites, but there's a ton of fish in this area, but a lot of them are really, really small, like not even 12 inchers. So throwing a frog, it's not really a small fish bait. I've had a couple bite it that look like they were pretty good ones, and I've had 2 good ones I didn't catch bite a jig, but still the best bite came on a vibrating jig, and then my second best bite came flipping a jig. But we still got a lot of time left. I think we're getting a little bit of a idea. Just needed to turn into some quality. Need the pattern to be fruitful. We still have like 4.5 hours, so we still got a lot of time. We just need 3 bites.
Welcher, not the one that you want to be figuring out the pattern within the pattern, as he mentioned there. Needs it to be fruitful, but he's starting to piece things together. And somebody that has pieced it together a lot this year in the NPFL, Greg Hackney. Check back in with the hack attack.
Talk to me. Tell me about the move and how you're feeling.
Well, I'm not, I'm greedy, so I wanted a little more than I have, but I mean, at least I got a start. If I catch a couple, nice ones right now, I'll be in pretty decent shape, for the day. But I mean, I still feel like, it's possible that it takes, 18 a day to win average, so. I kind of thought 45 might win when we were fishing 3 days, so you could have one weaker day, but now that we're only fishing 2, that's the reason I figured today, I'm like, man, until I get up there around that mark, I need to fish everything I got. I have been hung more today with this damn spinnerbait than I have all week. And it's the trailer hook, but I just couldn't. It is against my better judgment to throw one without it. I mean, I have thrown it in practice without it, but.
It can be aggravating to throw a trailer hook, but when bites are few and far between, better double up.
And we've heard that this morning.
Most of the ones that did it in
right,
practice
eat it,
except for one. And that one was the reason I didn't catch it. And I was like, you better put that trailer hook on there. That's a lifesaver when you're throwing a spinnerbait.
Looks like he could come up on Sasquatch at any second.
Buddy. And he's all about a Sasquatch hunt, too. He's probably got his eyes peeled. He's probably got trail cams back there for
so
the
Sasquatch.
fish
Probably been seeing Sasquatch on TikTok.
The fish I caught in here was right in the middle. And, but since that water come up and those fish were in a different place where we just came from, I kind of expect for them to be like that in here, too. They may not be, they're either going to be in the middle or maybe they've moved all the way up there where the water's actually running in at. I was a little afraid somebody would fish this one just because it was easy. It was easy to find and easy to get in and out of, but. There's still plenty of life in here. Shad, a bluegill or something sucked on that log right there. I'm like,
me the only angler in professional fishing that has a Bassmaster Angler of the Year trophy, FLW Angler of the Year trophy, a Forest Wood Cup win, Elite Series wins, Opens wins, and an NPFL shield.
Have mercy.
Terrifying.
I'm trying to move around some furniture now.
Well, the deal is right now, I'm like, I'm wanting to go on up there, but I don't want to fish past one on a rock out here, because the deal was before the water came up, these fish are on something hard. And that's pretty common when you have a place that's flooded like this, and they're not spawning, so it's more about what's on the bottom than what you see with your eyes that's flooded. But the water did come up another half a foot, and the last place we were, the fish were in a different place. So, I caught them they had moved about 10 yards from where they were in practice, so I'm like, I kind of expect that to happen in here too. I want to go right up there and throw in the juice. That's where we're headed, but I just want to make sure that I fish good before we get there. It's like, it's got quite a few fish in it, so, I expect some of them to be scattered up and down
water
these
running
places
in
too,
where he's headed.
I go in there and turn around, and I'm gonna.
I gotta say, he's in one of the
everything on the way back out. But we're only gonna fish the same stretch we're fishing now. But
he's in one of the snakiest looking places I've ever seen. They're just slithering all around him right now.
I bet Jason Christie won't go in there. Found out yesterday, Jason Christie terrified of snakes. There'd be 25 pounds in there. Christie wouldn't go in there.
No, sir. Oh, hooked up.
That was the reason, though. I didn't want to be in no hurry about going up there. I don't think that one would have helped. I think I got rid of the only one he would have.
Again.
Huh. It's kind of surprising me.
A cast. Come on one time, son. Little backhand roll, son.
So that's exactly where
Water's still rising for sure.
That's exactly where the bite was in practice, like even in the same.
Hackney loves this kind of challenge. You know what I mean? When you talk to Greg, like he eats this up.
Oh yeah.
Trying to figure out the puzzle. Growing up fishing the way he did,
I was about to say, dude, this is how you enjoy it. This is and where you feel like you're more of a threat probably as well.
Definitely not a guy you want to be figuring it out, like we've said about everybody that we're covering today.
Especially when you have jigs named heavy cover jigs, named after the Hack Attack jig. Like, what are we talking about? This is his fishing forte, and it's incredible. I just want to see Big Belly Kelly climb on.
All right, guys, we're going to check in with the sponsors to make it all possible here. We'll be back for more Lake Eufaula action in just a few moments.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
I was just asking who was live. Pro Guide Batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot, so come armed with the Quest series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen, motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Welcome back to stop number 4, the National Professional Fishing League's 2025 season here at Lake Eufaula, in the city of Eufaula, Oklahoma.
What's now a 2-day shootout for $100,000. We got a taste of that Oklahoma thunder busting stuff yesterday, and boy,
old Thunderbusters.
I'm telling you what, it rattled the cage.
It's rare that you have a professional bass fishing event where the morning of you've got all 110 anglers in one place at one time, but we were all under an amazing, thank goodness, structure there at Nichols Point.
Yeah,
little canopy hanging out. You and I harassing everybody.
Absolutely. We started today with top 5 in the Progressive AOI. Kyle Welcher, Patrick Walters, Greg Hackney, Caleb Kufall, and Bill Lowen. Welcher off to a slow start this morning. Before we went to break, he said he wasn't rattled, had a lot of time left to fish today.
Just a little after 10, and some of the anglers we talked to coming out of practice said that daylight to 10 o'clock bite was very important, but from 10 to 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening has been very, very tough on
Those
these
are
long
the
practice
anglers
days.
you were talking to. I talked to other anglers that said there was a midday topwater bite. Now, with all this flooding and stuff, I don't know how that's messed it up, but throughout the practice, that was a predominant pattern for some.
Looking at the Fishing Chaos catch track, there was definitely some work that got done before this 10 o'clock hour.
Absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see, though, from 10 to 1 when we go off live. Of course, the weigh-in's going to start at 2, so not very long after we end our broadcast there at Nichols Point, things will become official. But I think the guy that will hoist a shield over 2 days is going to have to figure out how to be consistent all day and keep it coming, not just get it done in the first couple hours, because that's volatile. You got to figure out how to get a bite or two after that morning window.
Absolutely.
And we have heard a lot of topwater stuff coming out of practice.
A lot. Well, you just heard Patrick Walters talking about the shad flicker, and he's like, why is there a shad spawn? Why, just questioning it and seeing it. He's not the only one.
The conditions are extreme, but last time we were here in that early fall transition time, late September, the average bag was 6 pounds, 12 ounces. So we're going to see above that for sure this week. Just 2 days to get it done, thanks to Mother Nature. Welcher very locked in.
Yes.
Trying to figure it out today. From Welcher back to Hackney. Hack Attack sitting third in the Progressive Angler of the Year race. Already added to that NPFL shield at Norman. For event number 2. Event 2 looked a little different than this at Norman where he won.
Just a little. Like you were saying before we went to break, you can hear it running. You hear that running water.
I've lost him. It's just bad. I've had 2 big bites. That one was actually bigger than the one I lost earlier, and I'm like, golly, what happened? I don't know. I mean, I was just crawling that spinnerbait, and I hit a rock, and when it bounced over it, they had been getting it so good. I couldn't even believe it. And I pulled him that far too. I had him for a ways, so I was like, I thought I had him. Wouldn't hurt my feelings if the next cast another one would have got it, but when I didn't catch another one, I was like, hate that.
could tell that lost fish while we were away stung a little bit.
Yeah.
Better than average bite. It's not going to be easy this week.
I feel like there's a lot of fish through here.
I don't know. In practice, I threw one time when I'm coming around the deal, and actually we were sitting about where I caught those, had those little ones to bite, and I fired and caught a 3.5 pounder. In a place like this, there's no reason to throw again, you know. I mean, I just don't know why that fish didn't. And that's the way I say that's the way they were in practice too. They weren't on the sides. They're in them rocks right in the gut of that thing. I mean, it'd be hard for me to believe that there's not another one here. I just hate it because, like, it was a game changer. It would have helped me about 4 pounds, you know, so I mean, it was.
So now, what you thinking?
I'll fix some for Thunder Creek in there. Because I threw that spinnerbait in there 3 or 4 more times, you know, and it didn't have another bite. So, and that is kind of the sweet spot because them rocks are pretty high there. It's just, I hope there's one of them up there in the deal too, but I don't. The two that I've lost would have put me at that magical number. Yeah. That's the problem.
Fortunately, with Hackney, we haven't had great service today, and he's talking about the 2 he's lost would have had him at that magical number. The magical number he mentioned was 18 pounds. I think Hackney's got a good foundation in the boat.
Come on, you little buzzbait
Unfortunately, we
bite.
haven't
Where'd
got
you
to
go?
see that, but sounds like he's having a pretty good day other than a couple losses. Got a dual box. Bill Lowen and Greg Hackney. Bill with a nice limit in the boat around that 10-pound mark. Probably see a log jam around there today, I think, in the 2-day tournament.
Oh, yes, sir.
A lot of guys were predicting 11 pounds a day when it was going to be a 3-day event. To get a check in this, we heard that several times coming out of practice. Then you had guys that were like, no way, it'll take 8 a day. Including our buddy Justin Atkins we talked to last night. He may be disappointed today to see these weights that we're seeing on this catch track so far.
Yeah, man, catch track has definitely been lighting up better than anticipated. Liable to see some quality at the scales today at 2 p.m.
You're going to see some
Standard
quality.
Time. When Big Al brings the boom.
How about a big move from Big Wes Logan, who just won 10 killer unofficially 14-12 in 4th place. Derek Latonin, since our last update, 15-2 unofficially. Brandon Cobby with 15.5 now unofficially.
Uh-oh.
Things starting to get interesting on the catch track. Kevin Rogers with 12-7 to 8th place. 14 unofficial double-digit bags turned in so far right now. So lots of limits.
Quite a few 4-pounders and 5-pounders being caught. Jason Burrows with that 1/7.
John Cox only reporting 2 fish. That's kind of a surprise for me. Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios here in the city of Eufaula. We're on site, Fat Cat, and they have been a tremendous host to us this week, as they were the last time we were here in 2023, even though we might have brought the black cloud with us and brought them some more rain, the last thing they needed here.
As we do, man, we embrace the chaos, and we're known to bring it with us where we go, and here we are.
Here we are, yet another event number 4 in this 2025 season. And we love folks that support the league. And there are so many this year, like the folks at Yamaha Outboards. They have rolled out an amazing contingency program for our anglers fishing this year. $5,000 bonus to the winner of an event. And then they've got a highest finisher award as well. And there's been some Yamahas on top this year. Canterbury and Jason Christie, 2 of 3. And ran a show.
Won some money at Douglas because he got the contingency at Douglas for winning with. Oh, yes, sir.
No doubt about it. It pays to run that Yamaha show, to say the least. Show enough.
Show enough.
As you like to say, for sure. Let's take a look at that now. And we're going to check back in with another Yamaha pro, Patrick Walters.
I missed him right freaking there. Nope, but I felt him. It just freaking knocked it loose. We're going to run across the way after we fish this point. When we're running, I'll try to submit those catches. And then we're going to head to the mouth. We're live. That's what we're just trying to catch 2 more bass. We missed a good one, but just need 2 bites. I thought there was a bush out here.
Well, we got a limit for right at about 10 pounds. Ain't quite what I was hoping for, but the day ain't over yet. My game plan was actually to come to this creek and try to catch a limit for about 10 pounds and then go fish out in the mud, and that's probably what we're getting ready to do. I don't think the mud's getting a lot of pressure. I've only had a couple bites in the mud, but they were the bites you need. So I think here, I don't know, another 30 minutes, we're gonna get ready and go fish out in the mud. I know I'm not gonna get a lot of bites out there in the mud, but I just feel like in my heart, if I get a bite out there, it's probably gonna be a good one. So as of right now, it has slowed way down. It's not easy to get a bite. It hadn't been easy to get a bite all of practice, and this morning they were snapping a little bit, but here in the last 2 hours, it has got really, really slow. Just trying to drop some of these outside bushes before I pull the plug on this and go fish out in the mud. So as of right now, we're sitting on about 10 pounds. Need 1 or 2 more good bites to get us over that 10-pound mark, get us around that 13 or 14-pound mark. So that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna keep at it and keep our head down. That's, I mean, at this point, that's all you can do. So that's the game plan. That's the update. Was hoping for a little bit better, but I'm not complaining. And with that being said, we're rolling. It's supposed to be this difficult. It's never easy as we want it to be. Heck, if it was easy, everybody would do it.
The big thing, the difference between the Thunder Cricket and the Z-Man brand is the tightness. This one's fast. It's like where those other baits are like, you know. So.
Yeah.
Hey, they want to know how your day's going. You're live.
The day is going, I'd say, acceptably so far. It's I got to figure out a way to catch 3 good ones, but I mean, I'm not super mad about it. I've got 2 that I can weigh in, and then 3 put together that weigh about 2.5 pounds. So we need to cull 2. I mean, we need to cull 3 for sure. We still got a lot of time, so. But the beginning of the days, I mean, it could be worse, honestly. Like it's not good, but it's not a train wreck so far. A lot of boats in the area, so probably gonna get tougher and tougher. I still feel like there's a little piece we're missing, and we're just trying to figure that out. I'm kind of left the trolling motor down and fished for a while, and then now I'm jumping around places where I think should be high percentage. So all we gotta do is collide with a couple decent places at some point. But that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run and gun the rest of the day. Most likely, we're gonna hit the places where I think they should be. Got us one. On this lake, them little ones are not scared to eat a big bait.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
With Humminbird.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast. and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hitt here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Come on, baby. Still sitting on 3. I know we're around him, it's just grinding one out. Hitting some deeper bushes. Seeing if that makes a difference. Ones you can't see no more with your eyes. Seeing if they're out off the point some. That feels good. It's kind of where we caught that good one this morning. But at the same time, I feel like I need to be flipping. But we hadn't landed anything flipping yet. So it's kind of it's a mental game, that's for sure. When to do what. Just give me one more on these points. There's a bush right there. Ooh, bait's right there flickering. That felt good. The guy's gonna go right to that point we want to go to. Damn. Thanks, Louie.
Since before, like yesterday. Okay. Yeah, you know, the last day of practice when I was in here, that marina out there in front of us, there's a road that goes out there to it. And obviously, as you can see, there ain't no more road. I mean,
So at the same time, I feel like I should be flipping just because it's like, you know, they're on the points, but I don't know. They make you think too much, you know? Everybody around us has started catching 5. It's like, how have we not caught the 5 yet? That's all I want is 5 keepers. And I'm gonna go do other stuff.
Speaking of 5, Patrick Walters, one of 5 anglers we're covering today in the Angler of the Year standings.
Trying to go by every freaking bush in there.
Well, you know, the deal is there'd probably be would be a little more management, you know, oriented if we were fishing 3 days, but I'm like, this lake's got plenty of fish in it, and I just have to, you know, I mean, I have a decent bag right now, but not a bag to win. You know, if we were check chasing, I'd be like, yeah, I got a good start, but I need 2 more of them big bites, you know. This lake is good. It just, you know, it's tough conditions, but, you know, I missed that one. I don't think he was very big. I don't know. I was looking at him, that spinnerbait was up on top when he got it, so. I feel like to have a legit shot, I need at least 17. You know, I need to be right around that 17 mark, and I've already had the opportunities at it. That other good one from the first stop and that big one I lost here when we first got here, I'm like, I would be, you know, well, I'd run that creek down there and look for a 6, 7, 8 pounder. You know what I mean? Like I'd be in a position to. And since there's a boat tried to get here, I'm like, I mean, they may catch one here, but they'll have to earn it. Or they'll catch one that I've already poked a hole in. I'm sure I'll hit it again, you know, today. When we rotate around all that other stuff, I'll come back. There'll be a chance I can get that big one to bite again. I mean, I didn't have it on very long, and it'd be different if he was, you know, in a position to leave. He ain't leaving out. It's not going to make him leave, you know. He'll still be hanging around in here.
If I saw Greg Hackney, I'd leave.
And I still might catch one off the sides on the way out. Trying to decide if I need to rig up something and drag it on the bottom. I put me a little old thing of 1/2 ounce jigs in there, little structure jigs, you know, in case I wanted to do that, you know, where I could just cast up there. And I also got a drop shot, but I was going to use it on the pipe hole. It wouldn't be good for this, for casting, but well, yeah, they something, you know, they get caught on to. That's the reason I changed, went back to that spinnerbait, you know, to show them something different. You got to kind of keep, if you're just going to set and throw it the same place, you got to keep kind of changing it up because they just get acclimated real quick to, you know, to one lure. The funny thing is they bite so aggressive. That's what's crazy about that big one coming off. You know, that first one on the jig, I just didn't get a good, that rod slipped and caught me right under the arm because I was trying to get around them limbs when I swung. And I just probably didn't get the good hook on him. But, I mean, I still hit him pretty hard, but that one on that spinnerbait, I'm like, I mean, that water's only about 1.5 feet deep there where I'm catching them. It's shallow. We run out of water right here. Kind of where that first one bit at is where it gets in the, starts to get the big rocks.
Go to a quad box. Get away from Hackney and go to Lowen, Patrick Walters, Kyle Welcher, and Caleb Kufall.
Give you a good look at the diversity of this lake with the water contrast.
You can say that again.
Come on. We're still blowing it up there.
Got a catch track update. West Logan unofficially 18-12, trying to go back-to-back weeks with wins in Oklahoma.
Can you tell us about this road that you're fishing here?
So the road's got riprap all around the edge of it, and that's what I'm trying to key on. The other day when I was in here in practice, I had a bunch of shad pushed up on it, and I didn't have a lot of bites here, but they were just kind of some, 2.5, 2 3/4 pound bites, and I could really use some of them right now. So I'm just trying to concentrate. All I'm doing is concentrating on the old bank line. Trying to catch a fish off that riprap that's sitting there, and I have not had a bite yet. Did see one blow up, and there's a lot of bait here still, so I'm sure there's still one here. I just gotta get it in front of him. Like I said, I'm just trying to concentrate on that old original bank line. It's got the riprap rock all around it. At least it makes me think I know what I'm doing. I need the fish to agree with me. Yeah, and you can obviously see now that the road going out to the marina is no longer there. the biggest thing with this 360 is to be able to see exactly where that edge is and stay on it. But I'm supposed to be getting a bite. Hear that, fish? I'm supposed to be getting a bite. They ain't loving me this morning. They ain't loving me. Ain't gonna be much longer. We're gonna be in the mud. We're gonna be playing in the mud. About had enough of these no biting suckers. What is going on here?
Hey, Caleb? Yep. Can you give the fans at home an update as to what's been going on today?
Well, it's been a grinder.
Oh.
It's been a grinder. Been kind of running a lot of these pockets.
Hold up.
Trying to get bit in this stuff. We got 2 in the box. One good one and one kind of average one. The bite has slowed, down a quite bit since this morning.
This is cam 3. I think Caleb's mic is battery dead. I'll switch as soon as we're free.
Let's see how this goes. I don't know. I've been running a spinner bait most of the morning. And I think that's just... Still trying to catch me those 2. Had a couple bites, a couple short strikes. We're doing the right thing though. It's gonna be spinnerbait, gonna be flipping. Got some clouds coming in. They might start biting topwater now. They did not bite topwater this morning for us, which they didn't really bite anything for us this morning. All we need is 2 bites. We got till 2 o'clock today. We're first flight. That is plenty of time. I kind of want to throw that pop off for a minute. See, I want to know if they're going to be up there. If they're going to be out here on this outside stuff. That's where I need a hint. Man, it's coming out nicely. Those clouds. Stuff feels so good.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here with Bass Mooch Fishing, and today we have released the Shovel Tail 4.25. This is our new bladed jig trailer that has flat sides, shovel tail, and what those flat sides do is it allows your bladed jig to track and hunt. It's infused with our mooch juice scent. They stink, so if a bass bites, they hold on. They will not let go. We have 6 awesome colors to choose from. They're available today at bassmooch.com.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha. Reliability starts here.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hitt here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Patrick Walters going back to that pop R.
Walters has 10 top 5 finishes in the NPFL, twice as many as next best anglers, Welchers and Harkins.
To Caleb Kufal.
Wonder if that's that same plane from Lake Norman.
How'd your morning go?
I mean, honestly, it's gone okay. I only got 2 in the box, but it's been really tough on me. So I don't know. We're running some different stuff now. Earlier I was running a lot of pockets with a buzzbait, and I got a few bites. You know, I got the 2 that I got, and you know, a couple non-committal fish. So trying some different stuff now. We're hitting these docks right here. I caught a couple spotted bass off them in practice. So just honestly, it's just about trying to generate bites. You know, it's really hard to, you know, come by a fish, at least for me out here right now. So anything in the box is going to help me. So that's what we're trying to do.
We said earlier, those 12-inch spots might not help you win, but they might help you get paid this week.
It's been really hard to get a bite ever since the sun comes up. You know, it gets to be around 10:30, and it's like that buzzbait bite just dies. And I mean, a lot of what I'm doing just kind of dies. And after that, it's just grind it out. Hopefully you can get a bite. Hasn't been easy. Has not been easy. Very, very difficult. Come on. God, that freaking limb got me.
Back with Patrick Walters.
All right. About to make a move. See if we can go do something different. We just need 2 bites. That's all we need. 2 bites to stay in it. Let's go. I'm out.
Caleb was really worried that after that 10 o'clock hour, if he didn't have it going on by then, it might get a little tough, and it has certainly gotten tougher on Caleb Koopfall. Hoping for a couple spotted bass keepers to survive day one here.
Koopfall's a survivor, man. He'll be fine. He'll find him. Don't worry, Luke.
I was starting to get worried. Thanks to you, I'm back on track.
Your friends are for, buddy.
How bad is my life that you're my life coach?
You want to get into that on live?
Nobody wants to hear that. Again, we're covering the top 5 in the Angler of the Year standings, not in the tournament standings, because there are no tournament standings. Canceled day 1. We've got some unofficial standings starting to come in from the Fishing Chaos Catch Track, and Wes Logan sitting on top of this thing right now with 18-13 unofficially, trying to go back-to-back weeks in Oklahoma. Was able to pull a win at Lake Tenkiller in the Bassmaster Elite Series just last week. Flooded conditions and then fallen water there, but was able to flip up a win. I'm sure he's doing more of the same of that today, knowing Wes. I'd say we'll get to see that on Finale Friday, Fat Cat.
Fingers crossed.
Good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. And it might rise, so
yes.
I don't know.
It's on the rise.
Definitely a rising. Slowly rising. Over a foot from yesterday morning when we were at launch. It got canceled at Nichols Point. Tomorrow we will be with the top 5 in the tournament standings going into Finale Friday. $100,000 on the line, an NPFL shield, and a 2-day shootout. The 3rd weather-shortened event in NPFL history.
No, nothing. Zero.
Thank you again.
Check back in with the hack attack.
Oh, he looks for a snack. What you got in that box, boy?
It's not quite as much water running out as I thought after that. This is about what it was in practice, so I kind of figured after that rain yesterday, it might pick it up just a little bit. Doesn't seem like it has.
I can really focusing on that run-in pattern.
Committed.
You can hear that water running behind Hack.
Oh, yeah. Making me have to go pee.
Check back in with Kyle Welcher. Kyle sneaking around in this Eufaula mud, trying to figure out some details to this pattern, and he was doing some work while we were away. We'll take a look at that now.
There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Stay on, stay on, stay on, stay on, stay on. Yeah, baby. Hey, that's right. There we go, son. Yeah, look at that. Bronco bugging again, son. How about that? That right there is called a specimen. It's gonna call a 0.66. I got a 0.66. Let's go, give me some. Yes.
One of your favorite terms, game changer.
No doubt. What a call. Dude, and an excited Kyle Welcher is a dangerous Kyle Welcher as well. What? Well, yelping?
Well, I mean, you know, the big thing is they're just attracted to that fresh water. I think it's a little cleaner than the lake water. I think that's another thing. That water coming out of those hills, filtered over those rocks, you know. And this water is, yeah, it's still dirty, but it is much cleaner, you know, than a lot of it. And I've only seen a couple of shiners on this one, but a lot of them, a lot of shad attracted. You can, like some of them, like really that first one. So that first one we were on this morning, there's a little bit of, oh no, I probably just planted that spinnerbait. That first one we were on this morning had some algae bloom in it. That's what them shad, you know, that's what they eat. So that water was coming from wherever on the other side of that road. You know, it's fertile. And there's a lot of places like that. Now, there's a lot of places that got a lot of shad. I couldn't get a bite either, but there's a lot of places where you see that green water. And it's algae bloom in the water, and that's them shad are eating. Good thing is I just happen to know a guy on these spinnerbaits. That's just a 3/4 ounce tour grade spinnerbait. I mean, it may not, other than losing that big one, it's about the only thing it's done today, but it's how really I found the majority of my practice. That's what it was. That spinnerbait had been the key. You know, I don't know what, the water came up a little bit, something different today, but I have no idea why that big one come off. I mean, it ate that bait. It just makes sense. Wouldn't like he just eased up there. I mean, he freaking throttled it. Well, oh, that's our bug. Thought it was a poacher there for a second, but it's not.
Greg's got him another Strike King spinnerbait rigged up just like that. He actually had a gallon bag of Strike King spinnerbaits. I wish I had that many Strike King spinnerbaits in my boat ready to go. We're gonna check in with the sponsors that make this all possible here at the NPFL. We'll be back in just a few moments for more Lake Eufaula live action.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
Pro Guide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten lakes keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran-owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot, so come armed with the Quest series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Hey folks, who doesn't like Yogi and Boo Boo? And we are here at Jellystone Park, right here on one of the ends of Lake Eufaula here in Eufaula, Oklahoma. A great area where you can bring the kids. They got some great cabins we're going to show you later, a little miniature golf, and they got a great water park out there. But let's go inside there and check out the house. We just walked inside here at Jellystone Park, and as you can see, it's a great little establishment up here. All sorts of stuff for the kids. They got stuffed animals up here, as you can see, Yogi and Boo Boo, all sorts of snacks. Just a great array of stuff. It's kind of a one-stop shop here at Jellystone Park. You kind of come in here, get acclimated, maybe get some snacks. Just came out of the snack shop here. What a beautiful pool right here. You can come out here, you can lounge. Come down here, folks. Come out and enjoy the pool. It's a great time. This is the activity room, and I will tell you what, if you like activities just like Step Brothers, we're going to show you how it gets done. What kid doesn't like the color? Come in here, you can paint. Got a chalkboard over there. Arowana will guide you through this. She actually set me up with Yogi and Boo Boo right here. They're going through the forest. Hey folks, long Oklahoma summer day out at the pool, a little bit of miniature golf. Why not end the day with a snow cone? I'm gonna go with Tiger Blood, which was my favorite when I was younger. Come down here to Jellystone Park. It's open to the public. You don't have to stay here in the cabins. Anybody, it's open activities, the pool. It's a great time.
Big Al hanging with Yogi and Boo Boo. That's where Big Al, he's all about that life right there.
Yeah.
Jellystone Park.
He's in a cave or two.
No doubt about that. Jellystone hosting a lot of our crew here this week. And another company that shows us a lot of love, Bass Scout Boats, the official bass boat of the National Professional Fishing League. And they have this sponsor contingency program that is amazing. It's a tournament within a tournament. So for Bass Cat owners, there's a separate leaderboard, essentially $7,500 going to the highest finisher if a Bass Cat owner does not win. And in the case that a Bass Cat owner wins the event, they get $25,000 in addition to the $100,000 from the league. So incredible program. Nick Brown, top 10 at Lake Douglas there at our last event in East Tennessee, and he took home that $7,500 from Bass Cat. So it pays to feel the rush. We appreciate the folks from Bass Cat supporting the league.
Absolutely.
Now we are back live with Billy Lowen.
All right. Yes, it is. Yeah, I made the move to the muddy water, just trying to make something happen. It has definitely slowed way down for me. So I just decided I'd come to the mud. I know I'm not going to get a lot of bites out here, but I'm just trying to get a couple good ones. Gosh. Just missed the one right there. Could have been a white bass. I don't know. Caught a white bass out of a treetop a little bit ago, but just going to run this mud pattern for the rest of the day. Hopefully run across one of those 4 or 5 pounders. Hopefully run across the whole stretch of them. But like I said, I know I'm not going to get a lot of bites. I'm just throwing a single or a double Colorado spinnerbait right now, chartreuse and white. Just going to bulge it around this wood, and as you can see, it is really, really dirty. And last day of practice, I was able to get some bites like this. Just ran out of time, didn't get to find enough areas, so this is truly going to be one of them deals where I'm running by the seat of my pants right now, trying to run what I think is the pattern. So it's either going to be really good or really bad. So we are taking a gamble. Sometimes that's the best thing to do. And we are doing it right now. We are wide open. Stopped out here too far. I should have went back a little further. But I wanted to try that rock.
And we really did think coming into this event it would be a spinnerbait heavy bite potentially,
Yeah, boy,
and we've seen it today.
Way out here too far.
At least in our top 5 we're covering here in the Progressive Angler of the Year standings today. They've a lot of spinnerbaiting going on.
Yes, sir. Hackney back in that real tight quarters, throwing a 3/4 ounce spinnerbait.
Speaking of.
Well, it's just that, you know, so the spawn is over. There is no reason, honestly, unless them sardines swimming in bushes, that they would be hanging around. You know what I mean? And even where, I'll tell you this, even where I got bit flipping bushes, they didn't want to be in the bushes. I could tell by the way the ones that bit me, that's not where my boat was sitting on top of them. They want to be in front of that stuff, you know what I mean? Or these fish want to be on something hard. Like the bush is just in the way. I want to fish that rock that's on the bottom. That's what they want to be on. And it's just that time of the year. You know what I mean? Like it's June. I couldn't really put anything on the mayfly hatch. You know, no bluegill, no nothing. So it seems to be all about a shad. Like everywhere I'm fishing, it seems to be they're eating shad. That's the reason, like all them bushes in these runouts, they're on the. I want to throw that spinnerbait out there and hit that rock. It's on the bottom, just like those a while ago. They were all out there on that. Bushes just about kind of get in the way, you know. And the places that have the bushes aren't as good. They
That speaks to that 3/4 ounce Strike King spinnerbait and why it's so important to have that heavier weight with this lake 8 feet high. He says the bushes are in his way. He's trying to get to some hard bottom in these areas with that spinnerbait.
And I was watching, like in those places where I had those bites where there's a lot of shad. I'd watch the shad. The shad never go out there. They just hang on the outside edge of the bushes, you know. I look up there, I see some limbs broke. Oh, I know who broke them. It was me, so I could make that cast up there. I broke them in practice because you couldn't throw. A sycamore was growing up over the deal, and I was like, huh, them limbs are broke. And I was like, hell, I broke those limbs, so I could make that cast.
God, all these little drains blew out mud. Can't nothing ever just stay the same? You know? But this is extreme, you know?
Definitely been the season of changing conditions everywhere we've been, and we've been plagued by some weather. Had a cancellation at Santee Cooper to start the first day of the season. We end up having to move.
One thing we've learned to do here at the NPFL, Luke, is embrace the chaos. Getting pretty good at it by now. We've got a lot of practice at that.
You're a pro.
God, I am, my friend. You're not too bad yourself.
You're too kind.
Oh, I hope that was a gar.
Swing and a miss for Lowen.
I hope that was a gar. Not, I just missed a 6-pounder. I'm pretty sure it was a gar.
Have mercy.
Unofficially, it looks like we have 23 double-digit limits being reported on the catch track right now.
Come on now, I had like 4 bites in here yesterday. Or not yesterday, day before yesterday. See where the water changes colors right up there. Bait's still here. Lots of bait. I think that was a watercolor change. Maybe it was from a cloud. I don't know. I don't have a clue what I'm talking about today.
We know the feeling, Bill.
Speak for yourself. I have a microphone in front of me. That means I'm an expert. On something. I'm not sure what.
Makes 2 of us.
You can say that again.
Have mercy. All right, from Bill Loam, we're going to go over to Caleb Eufaula. More of that picnic table pattern we were looking at. Oh, that flooded brush. Bass fish in heaven, son. Come on. Bushes, trees.
$84 of our 110 pros registering a fish catch on that Fishing Chaos catch track. I did see a limit for 5 that weighed 4 pounds also on the catch track as I was scrolling. That's to be 5 of those skinny spots.
We heard Welcher earlier say this must be the smallest bass that's ever been in my live well, a 0.66.
That 0.66, just better be glad that he didn't have some fish left over from the Pasquotank River. Would be a sandwich.
I mean, that stuff looks so fishy right there. Some spots you get around those willows is reminiscent of Douglas. Scott Canterbury put on a clinic. Wire to wire.
Could be the reason he's in the top 10 unofficially right now on day 1 of this 2-day shootout in Eufaula, Oklahoma.
Right back over to Hackney. Like he hasn't moved that much. You'll hear that running water. Set up shop. He's not giving this honey hole up.
And to be fair, who's going to take it from him?
Tommy Biffle?
Maybe.
He needs it just a little bit farther.
I'm really in the right place. I just can't. There's no. I mean, it's all good. That's good out there, but I couldn't fish out there because of them bushes in the way. Bushes again, getting in the way. I need to hit that rock. I don't need to be fishing bushes.
Say he's got a specific pattern within a pattern he's trying to find.
I'd say so.
Oh, damn. I don't know. I really don't. I really don't know. I have no idea, man. I have a limit of 4 pounders, you know? I can catch them. Freaking hammer handles. God, I can't believe, big old fat one. I'm like, oh, that was a little one there, I think. I'm like, you gotta be freaking kidding me. I mean, it's kind of tight in here. Maybe that's some of it. I don't know. I mean, he got it good. I mean, I pulled him up to the top. You know, he just woofed it when he got it. I mean, I'm just barely reeling it. I don't know. I had been snake bit by that crap all year long. I mean, one of them big fat ones, just wallering. Wasn't even fighting. They typically don't. They just waller around.
Another tough break for Hackney, and he's had a couple of those today.
It is hard to fish clean when you're in a mess like that.
Very frustrated Greg Hackney. To Caleb Eufaula, who's having a tougher day today than he certainly wanted. 4th place in that Progressive Angler of the Year race, coming in only 14 points behind Kyle Welcher. Caleb having a great year here in the league and over on the Bassmaster Elite Series, fishing both this year. He's 20th in the points over there. Caleb started his day with a buzzbait this morning, trying to pick off some fish in the back ends of some pockets. Had a couple missed opportunities, had a couple of fish catches, but since then it's been a pretty slow bite for him. And he kind of predicted that. You know, he wanted to get some fish on the board before 10 o'clock. As we enter our last hour of live coverage here today from Lake Eufaula, day number 1, originally supposed to be day number 2, this weather shortened event. We're going to take a quick break to check in with the sponsors and make everything possible here in the National Professional Fishing League. We'll be back in just a few moments for more Lake Eufaula action.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Since 1971, Bass Cap Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Bass Cap Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hitt here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to flooded Lake Eufaula. 8 feet out for our 110 NPFL pros.
Fish behind this guy the whole time.
One of those pros, Caleb Kufal, Wisconsin pro. Said the heck with this, and he's going to make a move. Caleb, knowing he desperately needs a couple of bites late in this deal today. The weigh-in's going to start at 2 p.m. Fat Cat, here we are in the NPFL live studios again. Chaotic weather, chaotic day today, to say the least, for us here. But we are seeing some fish catches on the catch track. Not many on live with our top 5. Are you surprised by that with this crew that we got to roll out with today?
Dude, I'll be honest. I'm a little surprised, but not totally surprised, because if you don't remember, I kind of called this event to be one of the ones a dark horse would win, one of the guys we didn't expect to win. I didn't think one of the top 5 AOY would be one of the ones to win. That's just because of the conditions they're dealing with. Nobody really knows what to expect or what to do. Even the guys that have experience here don't have experience here with 8-foot high water this time of the year. It's a lot of unique conditions this week at Eufaula,
to say the very least. Very unique conditions. And when you look at that unofficial leaderboard, there are some of those names that aren't typically in the mix. Absolutely. I would say, or we haven't seen in the mix. I mean, you've got a legend like Tommy Biffle right now up there in the top 5. You've got Wes Logan, who has had some success with us in the NPFL, but he hasn't, I don't know that we've had him on camera other than maybe 1 or 2 times in the last couple of years. Right. And just won at Lake 10 Killer right up the road, doing the same thing here, just absolutely standing on the gas. Some guys that haven't registered anything, though. Surprise, surprise. Jason Christie, nothing on catch track. Do you think that's intentional?
Buddy, why are you even asking me dumb questions right now? You could, especially seeing what we have. One of the baits that we've seen a lot today that has been doing work has been a spinner bait, and somebody that's known for a spinner bait would be Jason Christie.
Kind of where I was going with that. Out of our 5 guys we're covering, we've seen Walters, we've seen Kufal, we've seen Lohan, we've seen Hackney really lean on that spinner bait. You got to think Jason Christie,
after winning $100,000 at Santee Cooper at our first event of 2025 this season. I mean, you think so?
No doubt. And nobody knows a spinner bait in Oklahoma better than Jason Christie, I would say.
How about the 3/4 ounce Hackney's throwing in those tight quarters? Does that surprise you being that heavy? It's about getting to the bottom, but it's also about control, right? That heavier bait is easier to.
A little bit bigger profile too. You know, it doesn't surprise me once he kind of broke down what he was doing, you know, but you got to think, Caleb Kufal said it this morning, in the backs of some of those drains, yes, it looks shallow. Yes, it looks like it's flooded, but it's deep.
Absolutely.
I mean, you've got 8 additional feet of water back there. So it's definitely about getting down and making that bottom contact. And we're looking here at these unofficial leaderboard. Wes Logan on top of it. Corey Casey, the South Carolina pro, in the mix as well. Brandon Cobb. And the last update I actually have, I believe Brandon Cobb may be in second now with just shy of 18 pounds as well.
Derek, he was one that really wanted to get out yesterday.
Chomping at the bit.
Yes.
To get out there yesterday. Absolutely. Just wide open, ready to go when the cancellation happened. Tommy Biffle, Chad Marler, Scott Canterbury, Baron Adams, Kevin Rogers, and Jason Burrows rounding out that top 10 right now unofficially on that catch track. Jason Burrows posted a 7-pounder this morning. KJ Queen, Nick Brown, Harmon Davis, Dan Blackert, Gary Bean, Tater Hog, Matt McBee showing up to the party.
Big Daddy Brian Hatfield.
Hey, a spinnerbait going down,
Look out.
for Brian Hatfield. We learned that over 5 years here in the league. Mike Quinlan rounding out the unofficial top 20 on this day one of a 2-day shootout for $100,000 at Lake Eufaula. The conditions may be crazy. Things may be going awry out there for some of our anglers, but somebody's going to win $100,000 and get those valuable Progressive Angler of the Year points. And a guy that's leading it right now, Kyle Welcher.
I got you live.
Welcher unofficially in 30th
I'll say
place.
something for me.
Check.
The weight he has entered in that catch track. Of course, we will end our live coverage here in about 45 minutes, and the weigh-in will take place at Nichols Point starting at 2 p.m. Central Time, and that's when everything will become official, and we'll know what our top 5 lineup on live for tomorrow. We'll cover the top 5 in the standings. We'll see what that's going to look like. I'd say Wes Logan and Brandon Cobb and Corey Casey are going to be part of that, but there are some big fish biting out there.
There are.
Looking at the catch track, I mean, like I said, Jason Burrows reported a 7-pounder. We've seen some 5-pounders get caught. Hackney said he's lost what he estimates to be 5 4-pounders today. So some of these folks that aren't reporting, some of the folks that are typically sandbagging on their weights, as we've seen over the years, I think weigh-in's going to be very interesting, as it always is.
I was about to say, as always.
Sure looks like he's found him a actual hard bank line, kind of like we saw Bill Lowen targeting earlier today. If you're not in the Eufaula, Oklahoma area and you're not going to join us in person at Nichols Point, you can watch the weigh-in right here, TNPFL.com and on YouTube, starting at 2 p.m. Check back in with Patrick Walters.
Cut ourselves
Second
short.
place to Kyle Welcher in the Angler of the Year race.
See, there's a spotted bass. That's what I was expecting. I think he was gut hooked a little bit. Keep an eye on him. Calm down. We just caught number 5. We just cold one time. We're nickel and diamond. That's all we're doing. Icing these fish, keeping them babies cold. Got some pulse fish, well guard right here. Put a little of that jazz in there on them. And we're rallying is what we're doing. We freaking been struggling all day. We've been doing the right thing. And it's freaking midday, part of the day. And you're not right when you want up. We've culled on that side, 3 on that side. We've got 5 fish. We're Gucci. Don't want to make a mistake. Dang, they're underneath my boat. Shit.
Didn't know we'd see a spinning rod in this event. Tough, always dig in and get a little tougher though when the conditions throw you a curve. And so Patty Walt,
coach has always got a game plan.
I'm a little worried about that spot. I'd like to catch one more good one real quick. The spot might have been tongue hooked a little bit, but that's why I'd like to cull them out real quick. If I could. Come on, baby. Come on. I'm sweating profusely. It's a good question. I'm fishing riprap. I'm fishing a bridge. I'm currently fishing a causeway. It's got a little indention on it. It's got a group of them on it. Found it in practice. Oh, that felt like a decent one. But I was throwing a big spinnerbait when I found them. And they were all spots. And I mean, I did not anticipate. I literally would have been happy if we'd have got 2 12-inch fish is what I was thinking was going to happen. There's a dang pile of them down there. My worm's crooked. I could tell.
I thought I was the only one.
It just drops off. Got a good hole right there. I'm gonna miss that cast. Already landed in his mouth. Yes.
Patrick Walters. Drop shotting them in the mud.
That's good.
Chill. Let's go. Be like this. Everybody calm down. That water is nice. I might take a swim in there in a minute. Okay. Everybody chill out for a minute. There's the spot. That one's good. That one's good. That one's close, but I tongue hooked this one. I don't want to take a chance. Let's freaking go, dude. Right when you're like, yeah, this guy sucks. This guy can't catch no bass. We've cold. We're Gucci. I was about to leave, but dude, there ain't no need to save it till tomorrow. So I'm gonna go to a different creek tomorrow. I ain't gonna struggle, but then I'm gonna go to a different creek tomorrow and freaking everybody we've seen today in that one area is gonna be like, yeah, I had 12 pounds, 15 pounds, somebody had 17 pounds. It's like, God. Like they're around the big ones, but the population was not doing what it was. Which day I found them in there, I think great weather. They were just freaking tying on a dredge. Went, shot it out. Don't talk to strangers. You know, don't take candy from strangers. If you see a van like Kim driving this week, not get in the back of it. Please tell me you've seen that van. Stop, drop, and roll if you're on fire, which we are currently on fire physically. We're not catching gas. We're literally sweating to death. I think we're like on fire. I smell something smoking. What else did they say? So it's like the main rule of thumb. A couple more wormies. Old Zoom finesse worm. Cotton candy. You cannot beat that thing. Marinated in a little bit of bait. Ooh, that's gonna be the one. That was a good move, David.
It's a very good move. Good decision, dude. Good decision.
Sometimes you make good ones, sometimes you make bad ones. And I felt like we made good ones all morning, and I could not figure out why we were not catching them, but sometimes it'd be that way. What time we got? 12:22, 12:26. We're doing it 2 o'clock. We're getting pushing it on being able to head back in there. I landed in that one's mouth. There's a little guy. There's a couple of them down there. I want to throw something else, but it's like, no need for me to ruin it right now. I mean, I could throw a spinnerbait in there and catch a hammer, but also throw in there and not catch crap. But it's so slick calm. It's like, what would make one want to buy a freaking spinnerbait right now? What the heck is that?
I don't know. I was thinking the same thing.
I think it's Jason. No.
Dude, it's hot.
Hot's an understatement, dude. It is.
It's so hot.
We have reached that point where it's like scorching. Yeah, hot's not even the correct word, dude. Yeah, if you had to fish till 4 o'clock today, 4:30, sheet.
We are still live too.
Oh, okay. Watch your mouth.
Things starting to heat up out there on Lake Eufaula. 91 degrees forecasted for today here in the city of Eufaula.
There's a lot of them right there.
We're going to take a quick break. Let everybody get a water break out there on the lake, and we'll be back with more NPFL coverage in just a few moments.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
Pro Guide Batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot, so come armed with the Quest series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula, and Kyle Welcher, your Progressive Angler of the Year leader, leading the pack coming into event number 4 here. Just a 6-point lead over Patrick Walters. course, Welcher was the 2024 Progressive Angler of the Year here in the National Professional Fishing League last season. Oh, dual box action. Cullen action. Comes Patrick Walters.
Out of Oklahoma. Weather isn't the only thing that's hot right now.
Watch your foot.
Patty Walt heating up.
We're in a 2-box live.
And we're catching bass. All right. I did not call, but you never know. I know what my smallest is now, though. That way, I don't have to keep touching them.
What's the smallest?
It's 1 pound. He's like, get off my spot.
Interesting fact, in the last 13 NPFL events, either Walters or Welcher has finished top 10 in all but 2.
Before we go do something different. I was surprised what was actually here. So you never know where you're going to catch the biggest fish. It's usually not where you expect. Get back up. Going for the pass. One more cast with this.
I want somebody to drive by and holler, Bobby! Oh, Kyle Welcher, look at the hook set on that man.
That sucker popped it.
All right, let's roll.
Had one smack. It's just too freaking still, I think, for this right now. I know.
Still got us in that 2 box.
We might have seamed most of them, but I wouldn't no need to leave one there, you know. It was more than 6. It was like 8. When we caught, I caught 2 on that one rig. It helped the cause. I want to go try to flip up one good one though, or something. What the heck is Jamie Hartman doing going down the road? I want to come from a different angle, maybe.
Everybody trying to get a dose of the NPFL. Patrick. Patrick fishing a causeway. He said he found a little indention on in practice. Sometimes when this water is high, that vertical cover is the best go-to because it has to stop somewhere. Even though it's got 8 additional feet on it, those fish can move up and down a little easier with that than they can on the flatter banks. And you can pinpoint them as an angler. When they get in those forests of trees, it can be a little tricky. Like Hackney said, the bushes are in the way for the rock he was trying to fish.
Golly, this band, dude.
Yellow, yellow. All right, from Patrick Walters over to Caleb Eufaula. He's fishing in Gravy Bay. Just looking at the water that Walters was in. Now we go to Eufaula. It's like a different lake.
I'd say 90% of this lake looks like that right now from what we've seen, what we've been told.
Bill, they got us up in a 2-box.
Okay.
It's slowed down a little bit this afternoon. Just kind of tell me what you're searching for.
Well, made the move from my clean water out to the dirty water, and not fishing for a lot of bites out here. I'm just fishing for one good bite. Actually, a couple good bites, and pulled up on a little spot out there and caught a keeper that didn't help me, and then had a good one on, and it came off. So at least I know I can still get a bite doing this. So I'm gonna run with this until it's time to go in. Like I said, I'm only fishing for a couple bites doing this, and hopefully the bites I get will be the right ones. You know, I need a couple 3-pounders right now to get me up around 12 pounds, which I think would be really good today. I think that 9-pound mark is going to be about the average what everybody has. So got to figure out how to catch me a good one here real quick before we got to go in. The good thing about it is we're close to take off right now. I can see it from here. And I had some decent bites in here last day of practice right at the end of the day. So that's why we're here. We're just going to keep grinding, keep trying to get a big bite. And hopefully we will. Got to stay on the points, Bill. You got to stay on the points. It's like you get away from them points, you do not get a bite, you know? See if I know what I'm talking about. We're coming to a point.
We've heard a couple of our anglers mention how important being around those points can be today. Come on now. Can you imagine those darker colored jerseys are not fun today in the Oklahoma
just
heat?
Go under.
Hey, Caleb, when you want to give us a wrap up on your day?
Well, it's been a slow day, I'll tell you that. But we're back in the mud here after fishing some of the clear water. Didn't get anything in the clear water, so we're back up here, kind of where I caught a few this morning. Had a couple other bites. So, but we got 3 in the box. We got a couple hours here yet. So hopefully get 1 or 2 more here, fill out the limit. But hasn't been a great day. Very thankful I got that good one, that 3-pounder. I think those are going to go a long ways in this deal, but I'm going to need some more fish to go along with them. Just a grind. It would be a lot different if we had cloud cover today. They seem to bite a lot better, in either stormy conditions or overcast conditions, compared to the sun. So it doesn't look like we're going to get that tomorrow either. It looks like it's going to stay, primarily sunny. So we'll grind it out and see what happens.
While he's grinding it out, want to slide over and check out Kyle Welcher.
You know, today's been decent. It hasn't felt like it's came together very cleanly, but you know, this tournament had a lot of question marks. As soon as everybody saw it on the schedule, you know, it's to be polite, notoriously tough lake. So, you know, we got here, conditions are poor. So nobody really knew what was going to happen. So I really wasn't going to be mad at all. I'd already kind of, you know, set my expectations to be whatever I can make happen is as good as we can do, so it's all right. But we ended up catching 2 good ones, and then we got 2 decent ones, and then a tiny one. So if we can cull this one, we'll actually have a really good bag, I believe, because I don't think you're going to see a lot of big bags today. So I believe if we can cull one more time, we'll have a good bag and be sitting pretty decent in the tournament. But now we just need to get that bite. We need a 3-pounder. That would go a long, long way right now. A 3-pounder would give me over 2 pounds, which obviously that's a lot here. But I'm not mad about today at all. I wish it would have came together a little cleaner, where I kind of had an idea of what was going on. But we're just grinding, junk fishing, grinding. Caught some on a vibrating jig, some flipping, swim jig. Caught them on a lot of stuff, just trying to cover water. But it seems like every time I get outside of the main couple areas, I don't get any bites. So still trying to piece it together, really. All right, let's roll.
Tends to piece it together on days 2 and 3 this year on NPFL. He's only got days 2 and 3, essentially. Only 2 days to figure it out. Just like the rest of the 110 pros out there. Welcher leading that Progressive Angler of the Year race, and Patrick Walters.
When I said the hook, I was like, yeah.
Second place by 6 points, trying to stay in the race.
Got off to a slow start this morning, but man, they hit another gear. Really hasn't let up since.
$12.55. It's been a struggle today, actually. I thought I was going to catch them, to be quite honest, actually better. I thought I was going to catch them better this morning. Thought I was going to get more flipping bites and spinnerbait bites. I mean, it's been a grinder. I've had to fish some stuff I didn't think I was going to fish. I feel good about tomorrow. I'm not worried about it. I'm actually going to go fish a completely different area. I kind of wanted to burn one area down today and then fish a different area tomorrow. But the area I wanted to fish did not pan out as well as I wanted it to. It didn't pan out bad. I mean, we did okay. We've got us 5 fish. That's the goal, was catch a limit every day. So we got us a limit. I'd like to catch one more good one before check-in, like a 3-pounder, 3.5. That's why I want to leave and go find a big one. Go flip a big one up or something. How about it? But when you're catching fish, when it's been so tough, it's hard to leave fish to find fish. Especially when they're not bad. I say Johnny Ray is gonna come in here with us.
The theme certainly from our top guys in the Progressive Angler of the Year race started to be those 3-pounders, which are Eufaula Gold right now. And we've had a few folks on that catch track today register some of those Eufaula Golden bass.
Buddy, no doubt. Like, Hey, that Oklahoma weather is hot, but so is the fishing. Hotter than I was anticipating. The guys are catching them. That catch track's been lighting up all morning. Like we talked about, some of the guys that may not have done well throughout the season are having good events here. They're stumbling across them. They're finding them. It's been a very interesting tournament so far.
No doubt about that. Going to be a 2-day event, as we've mentioned a lot today. But if you're just catching up, day 1 canceled due to weather. So 2-day shootout for $100,000. Everybody's scrambling, trying to figure out the way to catch their 5 best bass for the next 2 days. And today, for the 5 we've covered, Fat Cat, it's not exactly been easy for these guys today.
Several of them reference to it as a grind. And, coming to this event, that grind fest was a term used quite frequently.
Let's take a look at the unofficial leaderboard one last time before we wind things down here on NPFL Live. And in 1 hour, send you over to the weigh-in where everything becomes official. Wes Logan has been the story of the day for us. He just won the Bassmaster Elite Series up the road at Lake Tenkiller in Oklahoma and came here and practiced only 1 day. Kind of a similar story to Scott Canterbury, if you remember in the last event. Not a lot of practice and was able to get it done and fish his strengths. And Wes Logan looks like he is certainly doing that here today. Brandon Cobb, never a guy you want to be trying to chase down as well. Very consistent angler that has a great resume. Corey Casey, the South Carolina pro, really got off to a fast and furious start this morning, lit up the catch track early and kind of slowed down since then. But Corey Casey, Tommy Biffle, the legend in 4th place, the flipping legend. He has absolutely caught more fish flipping bushes than probably all of our other anglers in the field combined. Great to see him in the mix with 16-12 unofficially. Derek Latonin, 15-2, Chad Marler, KJ Queen, Gerald Swindle, Baron Adams, and Scott Canterbury. That champ from Douglas Lake rounding out the unofficial top 10. And let's take a look down the list.
Hey, now.
There you go.
What I've been talking about a lot for this event, Hunter Bogman,
Kevin Rogers, another one of those NPFL veterans, Jason Burrows, Tater Hog, Matt McBee, Nick Brown, Dylan Freeze, Harmon Davis, Brandon Klassen making a big jump, Dan Blackard, and Gary Bean rounding out your unofficial top 20 as we wind up this live coverage. Crazy day today. Chaotic to say the least. You always say embrace the chaos, and sometimes
we're trying,
man.
We got both hands.
I don't have enough arms sometimes, but here we are. We will start at 8 a.m. right here again in the morning. Be sure to watch the weigh-in 2 p.m. We're going to take a look back at some of the day's action. We'll see y'all bright and early tomorrow morning.
Get out of there, buddy. Yeah, boy. That's a decent one. Whew, he hammered that sucker, didn't he? That's a good one right there.
There we go. Stay on. Yeah, baby. Hey, that's right. There we go, son. Yeehaw. Look at that. Bronco bugging again, son. Let's go. Give me some. Yes.